Chapter 451. By the time Shui Rui woke up, Yushu had already returned. The weather was intermittently hot. After dinner, the two of them sat by the small pond in the middle of the courtyard to enjoy the cool air. The front half of the Wangji Tower was a restaurant, while the back half of the building was empty. However, it didn't receive any guests. Slowly, it became like one's own backyard. Shui Rui didn't know where Yushu had gone in the afternoon. He watched as Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai surrounded Yushu, busily arranging tea and incense. They were so careful that they didn't make any mistakes. He saw something strange. He waved his fan and pointed at Yushu. Did they make you unhappy? The two maids froze. Yushu was fiddling with a few cherrywood skewers, trying to connect them with a red thread. She didn't even raise her head as she replied, "My mother is back. In the afternoon, I'm going to visit her, so I'll bring these two to help me." Shui Rui knew that her mother ran away from home a while ago and didn't wait for him to help find her. Yushu waited for the matchmaker to come. She didn't tell Shui Rui about this. When she returned from Assistant Minister Yin's residence, she only told Shui Rui that she found the person. Shui Rui was the most tactful person. Whether it was before or after Yushu got together with him, he didn't deliberately put a spy by her side to keep an eye on her. Therefore, when Yushu encountered some trouble, if she wanted to hide it from him, Shui Rui could turn a blind eye to it. But if he knew that Yushu's mother almost found a husband for her, he would have to consider keeping a closer eye on her. I will still say the same thing. After all, she is your birth mother. No matter how thin the relationship is, it can't be ignored. You have the hope of becoming an official in the future. If someone takes advantage of the loophole and accuses you of being unfilial, it is not worth caring about. Yushu raised her head to look at him and smiled. I see that you want to lecture me every chance you get. Alright, do you think I don't understand this logic? If she really didn't understand, she wouldn't have only hit a maid today. According to her temper, it would be a light punishment to tie Aunt Shui up and lock her up for a few days. Now that she has beaten the maidservant, she can scare concubine Shui by beating the cow across the mountain. That maidservant will naturally keep an eye on concubine Shui for her. She doesn't expect concubine Shui to learn to be honest. As long as concubine Shui doesn't have a chance to make trouble, she doesn't mind keeping such a person for nothing. Moreover, she didn't bring along Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai on a whim. She had stayed in Wangji Lu for a long time and these two followed her from day to night. They knew many things about her. Sometimes, they would snitch in front of Shui Rui. No matter if it was good or bad, she didn't want to give them face. She didn't want to give face to Shui Rui and he wasn't their real master, so it wasn't good to warn them directly. She wanted to use this opportunity to give them a warning so that they wouldn't be spoiled and would sell her out easily. Yushu didn't like to be disciplined, so Shui Rui didn't want to annoy her. He looked up at the moon and slowly waved his fan, saying, Ji Xingxuan is dead. His Majesty retracted the edict. There is no need to investigate the Supreme Court's closed case anymore. It seems that I will be free for a few days. Since you weren't chosen to attend the ancestral worship ceremony, why don't we find a sunny day and find a mountain spring to drink wine? Yushu still remembered what Shui Rui said about the joy of drinking wine in the forest. Hearing this, she became spirited and said happily, all right, let's call young Master Feng and Jinshu and Mimi. It's fun when there are more people. Shui Rui turned back and smiled at her. He nodded, then you set a date. Don't let it rain. Don't worry about this. If I set a sunny day, there won't be any rain. Yushu confidently guaranteed. Her law of clear rain was not just for show. 5 days in a row was more accurate than the weather forecast of hundreds of years later. Yushu entrusted Pei Jing to help her inquire about the crystal. The next day, Pei Jing came to Wangji Lu to look for someone. He brought her a piece of good news. Yu Shu welcomed him upstairs. Just as she sat down, she saw Pei Jing smiling. "Xiao Yu, your luck is not bad this time. My friend who is a sea merchant came to the capital to sell his goods. He brought ready-made water essence with him. Do you have time these 2 days? Do you want me to help you talk to him or do you want to meet him yourself?" Yu Shu immediately smiled. "Jojo is not busy. Bring me to meet him. I have nothing to do today. Why don't we go over now?" She used the 6 lines to divine the sale of this crystal. She knew that it would be smooth. Pei Jing said, "That's good. I told you earlier so that you don't have to worry." Yu Shu rubbed her hands and stood up. "I will go back to my room to get the money. Did you ask how many things that person has? What is the price?" "It's not expensive. It depends on the color you want." Yu Shu heard it and was happy. Why does he have several colors? She originally thought that most of the crystals were yellow and white. It was good enough to find a source. She didn't dare to think that she would have a good choice. Seeing that she was happy, Pei Jing said a few more words. "There are 4 colors, yellow, white, purple and pink. The pink one is rare and the most expensive. A palm-sized piece costs 80 taels of silver. The white one is not valuable. It only costs 30 taels of silver per caddy." Even though Yu Shu had already planned it, she couldn't help but be surprised when she heard the price. So cheap. A palm-sized piece could be made into 5 or 6 bracelets. It was obvious that the rarer something was, the greater its value. 80 taels was really not worth much. Pei Jing didn't mind and said, "If you don't do business, how would you know about the market? Rich people will buy gold and jade jewelry. Poor people won't be willing to spend money on these things that can't be used to eat or drink." That boss Liang is a jewelry merchant. This time he came to the capital to sell sea pearls and coral gems. He brought a few pieces of water essence. From the beginning, he used it as a bonus. If someone was willing to spend money to buy it, he couldn't wait. "If it wasn't for the fact that you might need it in the future, I would have fallen out with him at this price." Yu Shu licked her lips and said with a smile, "Can you help me estimate how much water essence he has? I will keep it all." Seeing her being so forthright, Pei Jing said with some hesitation, "Although Boss Liang doesn't have a lot of water essence, but if you take it all, it will still cost about 1,800 taels of silver. I know you have some money on hand, but you can't spend it. Tell me honestly, what do you want it for? If it's for serious business then it's fine, but if it's just a plaything, as an elder, I have to discipline you." Why else would it be said that Pei Jing knew how to conduct himself? On the day Yu Shu came to find him, he was curious about what she wanted the water essence for. She didn't take the initiative to explain, so he didn't ask directly. He readily agreed to settle this matter with her first, then he would ask in detail later. Yu Shu thought about it and decided that there was no need to hide it from Pei Jing. In any case, she would take it out in the future, so she lowered her voice and told him, "This thing, water essence, in the hands of others, is a worthless stone. But I can nourish it and make it into a piece of jewelry. When I take it out, it will become a treasure." Pei Jing was shocked and looked at Yu Shu skeptically. He wanted to say something but stopped. Yu Shu blinked her eyes at him and didn't explain anymore. Chapter 452. The water essence stones that Yu Shu got from the sea merchant, Boss Liang, were all specially selected natural crystals. They had different shapes. Some looked like clusters of corals, while others looked like frozen ice cubes. The bigger ones were as long as a child's arm, while the smaller ones were as small as a jujube. The unpolished crystals seemed to be covered with a veil and didn't reveal their beauty. However, the bright color of the water was very unique. Boss Liang had heard of Yu Shu's name and wanted to make friends with her. Under Pei Jing's persuasion, he sold her more than 10 water essence stones for 600 taels and gave her a small box of pearls to play with. Yushu returned with satisfaction. Next, she needed to find a skilled craftsman to create a few crystal ornaments. From the looks of it, the merchants had a wide range of contacts. Pei Jing really did know an old jade craftsman who could carve this water essence. However, he was not sure if the craftsman would be willing to help. Thus, that afternoon, he led Yushu to the south of the city to look for that Master Su. When Master Su heard the purpose of their visit, he wasn't very enthusiastic. It seemed that he didn't want to waste time on these worthless broken stones in Yushu's hands. No matter how hard Pei Jing tried to persuade Old Man Su, he just wouldn't let go. Yushu looked at the small number of jade ornaments on the 8 treasure shelf in the living room. She walked closer to take a closer look. The quality of the jades couldn't be considered the best, but each and every one of them had unique craftsmanship and ingenuity. Looking at them, she was greatly moved. She turned her head to look at the stubborn old master, and in the blink of an eye, she had an idea. Is there a patient in Master Su's house? Yushu suddenly interrupted. Pei Jing and Old Su, who were talking, turned to look at her. Old Su was suspicious. My grandson, Ah Fu, had a cold a few days ago. How did you know? Yushu was not in a hurry to answer. She lifted her legs and walked around the living room, then walked out of the house. Old Man Su became increasingly suspicious, so he also got up and walked out. Pei Jing secretly guessed that Yushu was playing tricks on him, so he followed. Old Su's house wasn't big. It had a courtyard with 2 entrances and 3 rooms. There were a few pots of flowers under the eaves. In the southwest corner, there was a well. Beside the well, there was an iron tree with green needles that grew to waist height. Standing beside the iron tree, Yushu pinched the prickly leaves in her hand. She turned to Old Man Su and said, I can see that the feng shui of your house is quite good. It should be suitable for a family. This fire-repelling banana is indeed a good omen for you to have many descendants. However, this well is the eye of the house. Just because it is a prosperous thing like this, it will block the blessings of your ancestors. As time goes by, the children in your house will inevitably be plagued with misfortune. Old Man Su's expression changed as he said doubtfully, Young miss, please don't speak nonsense. This fire-repelling banana was something that I had specially bought and placed there a month ago. How did it become a scourge in your mouth? Yushu wasn't in a hurry to explain. She smiled and said, coincidentally, I am also an exchange master. This year, I have just obtained an official title. If Master Su doesn't believe me, can you hand over your grandson's birth data and let me read it? Old Man Su treasured his grandson the most. He would rather believe that it was true, so he asked someone to prepare a pen and paper. When Yushu received the birth date, she immediately used the pen to calculate the date of Su Afu's illness. She even clearly stated that the child had caught a cold because of the rain. Her words were so convincing that Old Su had no choice but to believe her. Pei Jing then opened his mouth and said, Master Su, if you believe the master from the exchange shop, why don't you listen to my niece? She is a proper Hide-One master, why would she be afraid of lying to you? With Yushu's origins revealed, Old Su didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately called for 2 apprentices and under Yushu's guidance, they carried the iron tree by the well to the backyard. Back to business, Old Su didn't have any reason to be unwilling. In the end, Yushu left a small piece of each color of the water essence and ordered the design. Old Su didn't even accept the deposit, and only told her to come back in a month to collect it. Yushu didn't want to wait that long. After clarifying the situation, she told Old Su to let him carve 2 strings of beads and come back in 5 days. At dusk, Yushu and Pei Jing were sent out by Old Su. Sitting in the carriage, Pei Jing couldn't help but sigh, your ability to learn is getting better and better. Just by looking at the house, you can tell that there's a sick person in the house. Yu Shu smiled and said, I don't have such good eyesight. It's just that my nose is sharp. When I entered the house, I smelled a bit of medicine. That's why I dared to trick him. Old Su stayed at home and smelled the medicine, so naturally, he didn't notice it. She used to carry a medicine pot with her and brewed medicine every day, so she was more sensitive to the smell of medicine than most people. Ah. Then you said that the fire-parting bananas were fake. It's true. That thing was placed incorrectly. If I didn't point it out, his child would have suffered a lot more. Yu Shu said seriously. That's good. Pei Jing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but complain, nowadays, public morals are getting worse. There are always some people who don't follow the right path. Instead, they rely on their abilities and swindle others. Just like that Ji family, they colluded with someone to make a fake life sign. They insisted that your godmother brought bad luck to her husband, causing her family's wealth to be stolen. She ended up living on the streets. Luckily, she didn't lose her life. Yu Shu nodded. When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. I can't control others, but I can control myself. Back to Wangji Tower, Yu Shu put the remaining more than 10 pounds of crystals in the study room. She put it in a solid wooden box and temporarily put it in the shade. In the evening, Shui Rui didn't come back for dinner. He sent Lao Chue to deliver a letter saying that he had something to do and might not come back tonight. When Yu Shu saw the letter from Shui Rui, she shook her head and smiled. Unknowingly, they had lived in Wangji Tower for almost a month. They almost regarded this place as their home. Except that they didn't live in the same room, they lived almost the same life. She needed to make a complete copy of the cases from the Supreme Court of Justice. She thought about it and decided that she would be able to return home within these 2 days. Without further ado, she would inform Shui Rui tomorrow, pack her things, and return home. At the end of the month, there was an astrology lecture by Sima Kue. Yu Shu met 2 academicians in Taisha Shu Garden. Not mentioning Fang Zijing, academician Sima only had 3 lectures a month. When the Supreme Court investigated the case, the observatory was sealed. Academician Sima simply suspended his lectures until Ji Xingxuan was arrested and put in prison. Today was the first day that Yu Shu came to Sima Kue's class. She was identifying instruments in the garden of the observatory. She saw 1 or 2 familiar faces. Unexpectedly, Xian Lu also came. Lotus Room. As soon as Xian Lu saw Yu Shu, he left the girl who was talking and ran up to hold her arm. He pouted and said coquettishly, I thought you wouldn't come today. Yu Shu saw that her complexion was good and her cheeks were round again. She couldn't help but pinch her cheeks and said, Are you feeling better now? Xian Lu covered her face and nodded. She looked around and tiptoed to her ear and whispered, Do you know that Ji Xingxuan died in prison? I heard that she couldn't stand the torture and hanged herself to escape punishment. Yu Shu turned to look at her. Xian Lu's face was sad. It was not because of schadenfreude, but because of sympathy. I know. What did your family say? Do you still want to pursue the matter that she wanted to kill you? Ji Xingxuan was gone, but the Ji family was still there. Ji Huaishan had 3 sons. Yu Shu did not specifically ask for information, but she knew that after Ji Huaishan bit his tongue to commit suicide in court, the Celestial Commissioner seemed to have come forward to keep his body whole and had the Ji family send the coffin back to their hometown in Yang. So Ji Xingxuan stayed alone in Jing and had no choice but to seek refuge with Ning Wang. But she didn't even have an elder who could help her. Xian Lu said, She's dead and the Ji family is in shambles. They don't even have a door, so where can they pursue the matter? My family's old ancestor will speak and the matter will be closed. The unlucky one is the Chao family. Even now, we don't know who Ji Xingxuan hired to kill Chao Yuling. When Ji Xingxuan died, she was determined to be the mastermind of Chao Yuling's murder and determined to be a contract killer. But the killer who strangled Chao Yuling that night on the observatory was nowhere to be found. Scholar Sima hadn't arrived yet. Yu Shu and Axian Lu were standing next to a sundial and chatting. Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter came from the south. The dozen or so people standing under the observatory turned their heads and saw a group of 3 or 4 young people walking over. There were both males and females, and among them was a girl dressed in pink. She had willowy eyebrows, a raised nose, and her hair was combed into a pair of peach-shaped buns. A thin gold necklace hung around her neck, shining brightly and blinding. Xian Lu poked Yu Shu and raised his chin at the girl, asking, "Who is this?" There wasn't a single young master and young miss of the Yi Shui aristocratic family in Anling that Xian Lu didn't recognize. This new face, she guessed that it was an outsider. Yu Shu thought for a moment and said, "Seems to be from an aristocratic family in Jiangxi, surnamed Zhan." Xian Lu frowned. "Is that the Zhan family of Tianyu Fengshui?" Yu Shu asked curiously, "What is Tianyu Fengshui?" Xian Lu was about to explain when he saw the group of people walking straight towards them. "Nice to meet you, female fortune teller." Zhan Shuyuan took the lead and saluted to Yu Shu. Her companions were a little slower. They glanced at Yu Shu and came up to greet her one by one. Yu Shu nodded to them and was a little puzzled. Wasn't this Miss Zhan studying astrology under Jing Qin? How did she sneak into Sima Kuei's class? "A few days ago, I met you Swansea in Rongxing Hall. I didn't have the chance to greet you before you left. I hope Swansea won't blame me for being impolite." Zhan Shuyuan smiled faintly at Yu Shu. On the surface, he appeared polite, but in reality, his words were a bit crafty. He was clearly still remembering the afternoon of the murder, when the female student under Jing Chen's name had been summoned to the small building for questioning. At that time, Yu Shu had put on a show of strength. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and looked at the silly girl in front of her. She was too lazy to nitpick, so she didn't continue. Zhan Shuyuan got snubbed, so she turned to talk to Xian Lu. "You must be Miss Xian Lu. I heard that you were sick when you entered the school. Are you feeling better now?" Xian Lu smiled at her and nodded, but didn't say anything. She was a perceptive person. She could see that Yu Shu didn't like Zhan Shuyuan, so she certainly wouldn't try to get close to her. Zhan Shuyuan got a soft rebuff again. She couldn't keep her smile, so she went to the other side with her companions. As soon as they left, Xian Lu wrinkled her nose and said to Yu Shu, another one with eyes on her head, "How did you know her?" Yu Shu told her that she stayed at the observatory for one night after she fainted, and the next day, the Supreme Court took over the case and questioned her. After hearing it, Xian Lu looked at Zhan Shuyuan, who was not far away, and asked curiously, "Isn't she a student of Academician Jing? Why did she come here to join in the fun?" Chapter 453. Xian Lu was very popular. After a class, he casually asked around and found out why Zhan Shuyuan and his group came to Sima Kuei's place. It was said that the day of the sacrifice of the sacred ancestor was approaching. Jing Chen, the Daoist, was personally sent by the emperor to the Directorate of Astrology to make preparations for the ceremony. The LoveLore Library could not take care of it, so they asked Academician Sima to do it on their behalf and let a few new students learn from him. Xian Lu not only inquired about this, but also found something else. They said that you were recommended to attend the ceremony and were replaced by someone else. Yes. Yu Shu didn't feel much pity about it. She just didn't know who Fang Zijing found later. Even you couldn't be selected. I really don't know what kind of people they chose. Xian Lu felt it was unfair for her. As the two of them walked out of the gate, Yu Shu listened to Xian Lu's grumbling while looking at the blueprints given by Academician Sima today. She was familiarizing herself with the instruments on the observatory. When they reached the gate and said goodbye, Yushu mentioned to Axe and Lu, "I'm going to go on an outing in a few days. I'm looking for a good place to cool down. Going out to play." Axe and Lu's eyes brightened at first, and then she said with a sullen face, "I can't do it on the 4th or 5th day of the Chinese New Year. We have a family banquet on the Dragon Boat Festival. No one can be absent." Yushu thought about the barometer she calculated last night, reached out and patted her on the shoulder. "Then let's do it on the 3rd day of the Chinese New Year." Xian Lu nodded happily. She had been bored at home for many days. Someone took her out to play was more than she could ask for. "Who else is going with us?" "Brother Shua and his sister, my brother Xiao Xiu, and the young master of the Feng family." "The sister of Lord Shua. Who is it?" "It's the 3rd daughter of their family. Her name is Jin Sun. Don't you know her?" Hearing this, Xian Lu's face showed a little strange, and she said, "It's her." "Well, what's wrong with her?" "No, nothing." Yushu saw that Xian Lu's face was not right, and she was suspicious. She didn't intend to let her fool her. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why hide it from me? If you're like this, I won't tell you the next time I hear any news." Xian Lu pouted and didn't want to talk about it. "It's not a good thing. It's been a long time. It's meaningless to talk about it again. It's better not to talk about it." Yushu glanced at her and turned to leave. Hey, don't go," Xian Lu hurriedly pulled her. Looking at Yushu's, "Forget it if you don't want to say it, look," he was very depressed. Looking around, he dragged her into the opposite tea house, found a private room on the 2nd floor, and sent the waiter away. Then he closed the door and said frankly, "The current empress has no children. You should have heard that the 2nd princess is the legitimate daughter of the empress and has married Qiu Hingji, the eldest son of the grand secretary of the Tao Wenguan. Now there is only the 14th princess by the empress's side, who is only 9 years old. Do you know that there was a 10th princess by the legitimate wife?" Yushu shook her head. She was born in the marketplace and had just made a name for herself. How could she know about the things in the imperial city? She had only been in contact with a few nobles. Although she had Shui Rui, a relative of the imperial family, as a lover, he usually didn't gossip with her. The 10th princess died 3 years ago. It was said that she died of typhoid. Xian Lu leaned forward, half lying on the tea table, and suddenly lowered his voice. But in fact, the 10th princess fell from the Seaview Tower and fell into the water in the middle of winter. After being rescued, she died. Hearing this, Yushu had a vague guess in her heart. She then asked, could it be that the death of the 10th princess is related to Shui Jinchuan? Not only related. There are rumors that it was Miss Shui who caused the 10th princess to fall into the water. Yushu was stunned and then frowned. She thought that Shui Jinchuan, the daughter of the prime minister, had a timid temperament. Could it be because of this rumor? So when people in Anling City heard about this, they didn't want to have anything to do with Miss Shui. The first young master of the Shui family was even more unlucky. He lost the position of the emperor's son-in-law. Xian Lu sighed lightly. Yushu heard it and was stunned for a moment. She blinked her eyes a few times and then repeated a few words dryly, emperor's son-in-law. Isn't it so? I heard from the elders that the emperor intended to marry the 10th princess to the first young master of the Shui family. At the last moment, the 10th princess was gone. The first young master of the Shui family was sad and left Anling City. He only returned to the capital after 2 or 3 years. He was really an infatuated person. Xian Lu continued to ramble on, not noticing that Yushu, who was sitting opposite him, was unusually silent. After coming out of the tea house, Yushu and Xian Lu separated and got on the carriage. She stopped halfway and got off the carriage. She asked the coachman to go back first. She wanted to walk on the street alone. At this moment, she was upset. When she returned to Wangji Tower, she didn't know what expression to show to Shui Rui. She didn't believe everything Axian Lu told her. Originally, those groundless rumors were 30% true. As it was passed on, people said it was 100% true. She could not believe it, but she had to doubt. Was the 10th princess killed by Shui Jinchuan? Did Shui Rui almost become the emperor's son-in-law? And did he leave the capital city because of his broken love? These questions caused Yushu's mind to be uneasy. She walked and thought all the way, and unknowingly, she'd returned to Forgotten Opportunity Restaurant. She stood at the entrance of the rear courtyard and looked at the closed door, unable to take a step forward. What are you doing here? Are you going to be a door god? A sound of laughter sounded out from behind her, causing Yushu to turn her neck stiffly. She saw Shui Rui, who wore an official's robe, walk out of the palanquin nearby, and he held a pair of wings and a black gauze hat in his arms as he walked towards her with a bright expression, and he truly had a graceful bearing and dignified appearance. Her lover might have more than one woman in his heart. Shui Rui walked in front of her and saw her gloomy face. He raised his hand to touch her head in confusion and asked gently, "Why are you unhappy?" Taking a breath, Yushu pushed his hand down and turned to knock on the door. "No, it's too hot. I'm upset." Shui Rui looked up at the noon sun and said, "It's stuffy these days. I don't know when it will rain." Yushu glanced at him, then entered the courtyard and went up to the second floor. During lunch, Yushu and Shui Rui mentioned that they wanted to go home. "I've been out for almost a month and didn't care about Xiaoxiu. I've copied all the files. It's time to go home." Shui Rui's hand that was holding the chopsticks paused. He looked up and said, "When are you leaving?" Yushu pretended not to see his strange look and said, "Tomorrow." Shui Rui scooped a spoonful of peas and put it on her plate. "You're leaving so suddenly. I really don't want you to leave." Yushu smiled and said, "It's not like we can't see each other. We'll just go home. I can't stay in Wangji building for a lifetime." When Shui Rui heard her speak in a carefree and unrestrained manner, there was not a hint of reluctance on her face. He was secretly distressed. According to his thoughts, it would be best if he could continue spending time with her. This little girl did not have deep feelings for him, so perhaps after she left tomorrow, she would forget about him in a few days. He couldn't find a suitable reason to let her stay for a while, so he had to settle for the next best thing. "Have you picked a good day to go out to play?" Yushu bit the chopsticks and said, "On the 3rd day of the new year. I met Axian Lu today and invited her to go out. You tell Feng Xiaomiao in advance." "Okay, we'll go out early on that day. Take your horse. I can teach you and Xiaoxiu how to ride when we go to the suburbs. I've already asked someone to find the way out of the western suburbs." After choosing the day, Shui Rui arranged the specific itinerary. Yushu listened to his words, but her mind was somewhere else. On the 1st day of May, Yushu brought a cart of sundries and was sent home by Shui Rui. Zhao Hui hadn't finished her confinement yet and couldn't get out of bed, so she didn't go out of the backyard. She let the wet nurse follow Yushu to carry the child out. Shui Rui was well-mannered and gave He Xiaochuan a set of exquisite puppets. After playing with the child for a while, he got up and said goodbye. When he walked to the gate, he looked back at Yushu, who was waving goodbye to him. He thought that the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't run away, so he turned around and left with relief. In the afternoon, Yu Xiaoxiu's class ended. When he saw his sister coming back, he was very happy. He immediately turned into a small tail and circled around Yushu. Wherever Yushu went, he followed. He was teased by Zhao Hui. After dinner, the siblings returned to the room. Yushu first looked over Yu Xiaoxiu's homework in Baichuan Academy and asked a few questions. Finally, she told him that they were going out to play in 2 days. On the third day of the new year, we'll go for an outing and bring little Red along. Your big brother Shwe said that he'll take you to ride horses. Are you happy? Yu Xiaoxiu grinned in surprise. After a while, he asked Yu Shu for praise. Sister, when you weren't at home, I was the one who bathed and fed little Red. I could only take it for a walk in the yard, causing its temper to become worse and worse. When it sees people, it wants to kick its hind legs. Yu Shu blushed with shame. No wonder when I came back to the stable to see it, it kept rolling its eyes at me. It seems like in the future, I'll have to take it out for a run more often. After not seeing each other for a long time, the siblings had a lot to talk about. During this period, they inevitably mentioned Aunt Shui. Maybe Yu Xiaoxiu heard something from Zhao Hui, but he didn't argue to see her. Instead, he complained a few words to Yu Shu. He complained that Aunt Shui lived in someone else's house without saying a word, which made people worried. Late at night, Yu Shu drove Yu Xiaoxiu back to his room to rest. But she called his attendant by ran out alone and asked him about some things in the school, such as whether Yu Xiaoxiu was bullied, whether he was naughty, whether the teacher was serious and so on. Bai Ran answered in detail. When Yu Shu was satisfied, he returned to his room and was pulled by Yu Xiaoxiu. He excitedly shared the good news with him. Aran, my sister said that she'll take us out to play in 2 days. Big brother Shwe will teach me to ride horses. Chapter 454. Updated, on the second day of the 5th month, there were less than 7 days left to the ancestral worship ceremony. The Ministry of War sent people to the Imperial Mausoleum 50 miles away from Jingdong. The officials of the Ministry of Rites came and went with the Celestial Commissioner every day. They were busy preparing. Inside the Taishi Tower, the head Tiandi was wearing a purple robe with a jade ribbon and a crane crown on his head. He was sitting behind the desk and going through the documents that had been submitted today. Every once in a while, an official would come in to handle some matters. Throughout the year, his quiet place was the busiest during these few days. Grand Secretary, Lord Wang of the Ministry of Rites wishes to see you. Invite him in. The Grand Commissioner put down the documents in his hands again and looked at the figure that hurried in from the door. This lowly official greets the Grand Commissioner. Lord Wang first bowed respectfully. Then, he revealed an ugly expression and said in a muffled voice, "From today onwards, we will start teaching the ritual system to the artificers." However, the Imperial Historians' Library only sent 5 people. We can't do without one person. I had them look for him, but after waiting for an entire morning, no one came. I could only ask the Grand Commissioner to make the decision. The Grand Commissioner said with a gentle expression, "Lord Wang, please do not be impatient. Wait for me to send someone to ask, Ching Su." The guard at the door walked in with his head lowered. After listening to the Grand Commissioner's orders, he quickly left. After walking for a while, he returned with an old man in formal attire. Clearly, he had met him on the way. Reporting to the Grand Secretary, Academician Qin of the Imperial Historians' Library has arrived. Qin Yuan, who was sweating profusely, walked forward and saw the angry Lord Wang standing at the side. He knew what was going on. He smiled bitterly and said to the person on the high seat, "This lowly official has failed in his duty." Originally, 6 people were chosen. Who would have thought that my granddaughter Yuero would accidentally fall down the stairs and sprain her ankle when she went out this morning? She can't go, so I'm afraid she won't have the fortune to go on the day of ancestral worship. I hope that the Grand Commissioner will forgive me. I have already sent someone to inform the academicians and have them choose another person to replace her as soon as possible. Hearing this, the great supervisor swept an indifferent gaze across his face. He raised his hand and took out a name list from the stack of documents on the desk. He opened it and read out each and every one of them. Ely 32, Qin Yuero. Extraordinary Technique 38, Sun Jun. Feng Shui 39, Zhan Shu Yuan. Extraordinary Technique 3, Wen Xiaofen. Closing the name list, he raised his head to look at the embarrassed Qin Yuan and asked unhurriedly, "Isn't there a female fortune-teller in this year's Grand Yen examination? With such a young talent, why isn't her name among the 6 candidates?" This. Qin Yuan hesitated and did not know how to answer. He could not possibly say that it was because of Han Wenguang that half of the people did not agree to the female fortune-teller's participation in the ceremony. Lord Wang was anxiously waiting at the side. When he heard this, he couldn't help but interject, "Since that's the case, we're currently short one person. Why don't we add this female fortune-teller?" The corners of Qin Yuan's eyes twitched. Just as he was hesitating whether he should object or not, he heard an order from above. "Her then." Qin Yuan opened his mouth and looked at the purple-robed figure on the seat. He was worried but did not say anything in the end. He acquiesced silently. With the matter settled, Qin Yuan and Lord Wang left Taishi brothel one after another. Looking at the stack of documents on the table, the Grand Tiandi gently rubbed the end of his brows. He stood up and walked down from the couch. He walked past the 12 yellow rosewood fan screens and entered the chrysanthemum courtyard of the Taishi brothel. The 9 turns bamboo bridge floated on the emerald blue water and led straight to a pavilion. A person was sitting cross-legged in the pavilion. He was not in the mood to go up and was breathing in and out. His Taoist robe indicated his identity. It was Jing Chen, who had stopped his lessons at LoveLore Library not long ago. Ti took a step forward and entered the pavilion. Jing Chen slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crystal-clear eyes that were extremely pure and had few desires. "It's been the 4th day. It's been hard on you." The Grand Tiandi stood in front of him with his hands behind his back. He sighed softly and there seemed to be pity in his eyes. Jing Chen said indifferently, "It's not a problem for me. When I cultivate in the mountains, I stay among the rocks and often don't see anyone for months. In order to find the person who broke my fate, I can even meditate for 100 days, not to mention 10 days. The Grand Tiandi looked gratified. He nodded and said, "Your heart is firm. It's a great kindness." Jing Chen's expression changed slightly. He turned his gaze to look at him and said, "Uncle Zhu, can you tell me now, after I find the person who will destroy my life, how should I deal with this tribulation of life so that I can free my seniors?" Zhu Muzhao put his left hand behind his back and drew an arc in the air with his wide sleeve. He bent down and raised his right palm to gently touch Jing Chen's shoulder. He said, "It won't be too late to tell you when that day comes. Just wait patiently." Jing Chen looked away and did not pursue the matter. He was indifferent as if it had nothing to do with him. Zhu Muzhao looked at a pair of white cranes flapping their wings on the water in the distance. He quietly accompanied him for a while before returning to the building to deal with the unfinished business. Yu Shu stood in front of the stable and fed Little Red grass. She was absent-mindedly thinking about the divination she made in the morning after she packed the things for tomorrow's trip. She was worried that there would be an accident. She was getting more and more familiar with the 6 lines. Until now, she could have a 40 to 50% accuracy. Judging from the divination, they could not travel tomorrow. Yu Shu muttered in her heart. She wondered which troublesome person would delay the trip. Then she heard Yundo's voice, "Miss, someone is coming from the front. He said that he was sent by Taisher Shuyuan to send a message and asked you to go over." Yu Shu touched Little Red's slender neck and turned to meet the person in front. An hour later, Yu Shu stood in Rongxing Hall. She looked at the few academicians who were present and understood the reason why they could not travel tomorrow. It turned out that the troublesome person was her. Qin Yuan sat in his chair and said to Yu Shu with a serious face, "Yuero fell and injured. She can't go to the ancestral worship ceremony. After discussing with several academicians, we have decided that you will replace her. Go back and prepare as soon as possible. Then, take the official seal to the Ministry of Rights and find Lord Wang. After listening to this simple explanation, Yu Shu almost laughed out of anger. What was going on? That day in Rongxing Hall, a group of people pulled her down with an abacus. Now that there was a mistake, they wanted her to make up the number. Did they think that she, a female fortune teller, would come and go at their beck and call? Yu Shu wanted to say that she did not care about going and let them find whoever they wanted. But when the words came to her mouth, she held back her temper and grinned. I have the official seal with me. There is no need to prepare. Academician Qin, please help me find someone to lead the way to the Ministry of Rights. After all, such a big event like the ancestral worship ceremony could not tolerate her temper. It was not worth it to ruin her future just for a moment of pleasure. Damn it, a good outing was ruined. Qin Yuan did not know that Yu Shu was secretly hating. He called a female student who knew the way and led her away. After they left, the people sitting in the hall began to talk. Hee, some people's luck is just like that. No matter how you try to stop it. Madame Lu touched her hair and showed a mocking expression. No one said anything. Chapter 455. After walking around for a while, Yu Shu still managed to sneak into the ancestral worshipping ceremony group. Even though she was reluctant, there was no reason for her to reject an opportunity that was presented to her. She comforted herself and calmly went to the Ministry of Rights to report. The Ministry of Internal Affairs was at the foot of the Imperial Palace, not far from the Celestial Commissioner. When Yu Shu found Lord Wang, the sun was about to set. There were only 4 or 5 people sitting in the meeting hall. They were all students of LoveLore Library. Yu Shu glanced over and saw Wen Xiao sitting in the corner. After a short surprise, she realized that he was probably the person who replaced her. What a coincidence! Wen Xiao entered LoveLore Library using one of the places she squeezed out. He participated in the ancestral worship ceremony and became her candidate again. Wen Xiao also saw Yu Shu, who had just walked in. He was stunned for a moment and then stood up and nodded to her. No matter how the other students felt when they saw Yu Shu coming back, Lord Wang of the Ministry of Rights was very happy. The 6 people holding the instrument were finally all here. After Lord Wang and Yu Shu greeted each other, he asked the registrar to bring the flower register and stamp Yu Shu's seal on it. He gave her a thin booklet and turned to the young people who came to the Ministry of Rights this morning. He said, "You'd better memorize the etiquette rules when you go back. You don't have to come tomorrow. 3 days later, the dress will be made. The Celestial Commissioner will arrange for you to stay in Huazhen Garden outside the Imperial Mausoleum. You can see the instrument then." After that, he hurriedly led Yu Shu to the administrative department to find a tailor to measure her. Watching them leave, Zhan Shuiyuan pulled the booklet in his hand hard and said to himself, "Why is it still her?" When Yu Shu came out of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, it was already dark. Because only official horses were allowed to pass on the main street, Lu Zhong was waiting on another street with a carriage. Before Yu Shu walked far, she heard someone calling her from behind. "Shu!" As soon as Yu Shu turned around, she saw Shui Rui standing on the steps of the gate that she had just walked through. It was obvious that he had just come out, and there were 2 officials following him. Seeing that it was her, Shui Rui briefly bade farewell to the 2 assistants. He picked up the corner of his robe and walked down the doorstep. In a few strides, he arrived in front of Yu Shu. "Big brother, why are you here?" Yu Shu laughed first. She had returned home from Wangji Tower the day before yesterday. Including today, she hadn't met Shui Rui for 2 days. "I'm here for business," Shui Rui brushed it off and asked her, "What about you? Why did you come to the Ministry of Rights?" Speaking of this, Yu Shu was filled with anger. She held her forehead and told Shui Rui about how Qin Yuero had sprained her ankle and couldn't walk. When Shui Rui heard this, his eyes flashed and he said, "So there's such a thing. You got a bargain." Yushu said unhappily, "What bargain?" "He clearly asked me to make up the numbers." She then sighed and said proudly, "Fortunately, we're only leaving in 3 days. Tomorrow, we'll go out and play as usual." Unexpectedly, Shui Rui shook his head and said, "Since there's business, don't think about running around. There are only a few days left until the sacred ancestor worship ceremony. If anything goes wrong, there will be trouble everywhere. Don't worry and wait for the ancestral worship ceremony to end. We'll go out to relax." Yushu also knew what was more important. She resentfully said, "N." Shui Rui saw that she was in low spirits and that the word unhappy was written all over her face. He chuckled and lowered his head to get closer to her. He said, "Don't be unhappy. I'll go this time too." "Huh? Did she hear wrongly? He's going to the Imperial Mausoleum too?" Shui Rui said, "In the afternoon, I received an edict ordering me to accompany the Emperor to the Imperial Mausoleum on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. You should be leaving on the same day. Although it's not convenient to meet, you can still stay in Huajian Garden before the ancestral worship ceremony. I'll find a chance to find you." Yushu's face instantly disappeared. She suppressed the smile on her face and nodded. Shui Rui raised his hand and patted her shoulder. "Let's go. I'll send you back." "How did you get here?" "The carriage is parked in front." "Did you stay up late to read these 2 days?" "No." She didn't tell him even if she did. Shui Rui turned his head and looked at her. "You've been eating at Wang Ji Lu's food for so long. Are you not used to it?" Yushu said embarrassedly, "Don't laugh at me. To be honest, I'm not used to it. And I'm not used to it either." He wasn't used to eating alone. Without her in front of him, even his favorite wine tasted bland. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Yushu and Shui Rui had to go to the Imperial Mausoleum in a few days. They had no choice but to cancel the outing on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Yushu didn't know how Shui Rui explained to Feng Zhaomiao and Shui Jinchuan when they got back. That night, she personally went to Axian Lu to apologize for standing her up. Axian Lu didn't blame her. Instead, he was more interested in the fact that Yushu was chosen to attend the ancestral worship ceremony. He asked all sorts of questions and even flipped through the rules and regulations in Yushu's hands. In the end, he hesitantly asked, "You said Yuero fell and hurt herself. Should I go see her?" Yushu put away the booklet and glanced at him. She said, "If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, you don't have to force yourself. It's up to you." Axian Lu touched his nose and bitterly said, "Ever since Ji Xingxuan's accident, we haven't been in contact. A while ago, I went to see her, but she closed the door and refused to see me. Now that Ji Xingxuan is dead, I'm afraid she's blaming me." Seeing her gloomy expression, Yushu sneered and said, "Ji Xingxuan reaped what she sowed. What does it have to do with you? If she really doesn't want to see you because of this, it's better if you don't use your hot face to stick to her cold butt. If you really want to get to the bottom of it, even if I killed Ji Xingxuan, it's not your turn to steal the credit." Towards Qin Yuero, this person, Yushu didn't have any good or bad feelings towards her. She helped Ji Xingxuan hide the note, so Yushu could still praise her for being righteous. However, because Axian Lu revealed this matter, it caused Ji Xingxuan's miserable end. She shifted the cause of Ji Xingxuan's death onto Axian Lu and ignored Ji Xingxuan's sins. This kind of person wasn't worthy of her eyes. When Axian Lu heard her vulgar words, her face reddened, but her heart felt much better. She looked at her reproachfully and said, "You're too blunt with your words. I won't let her close the door, that's all." Yushu lightly snorted and picked up her teacup to take a sip. She turned her head and said, "After a while, I'll give you something good to play with." "What is it?" "You'll know when the time comes." Xian Lu's attention was diverted by the something good Yu Shu mentioned. However, no matter how she asked, Yu Shu wouldn't tell her. After finishing the tea in her hand, she patted her butt and left. When she got home, she still had to coax Yu Xiaoxiu. That child knew that his plan to go on a trip was ruined and would definitely be disappointed. However, he was sensible and wouldn't throw a tantrum. In the next few days, in addition to memorizing the booklet issued by the Ministry of Rights, Yu Shu took out a thick notebook that recorded various cases and started to fix her law of the time of calamity bit by bit. During this period, she was summoned by the Celestial Commissioner once. He told them to go home and pack their luggage. They had to leave Anling City early in the morning on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. They would pass through the Taiping Gate and set off for the Imperial Mausoleum. It would take them a day to travel and they had to settle down in advance before the day of sacrifice of the Holy Ancestor. They would stay outside for 5 to 6 days. When Yu Shu heard the news, she immediately dealt with a few important things at hand. The first thing was to take the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works, Chiu Jiming, to her mansion on Baochong Street. She let Zhou Hu and Song Dolly, who were guarding the mansion, know each other and entrust the repair work to Chiu Jiming. In addition, because she was short of money, she owed the 1,000 taels for the construction work. Then, while it was still early, she took Yindou to the small courtyard in the west of the city to see Aunt Shui and ask Xiang Sui. She knew that Aunt Shui had been very obedient these days, so she left her this month's money for firewood and rice. In addition, she gave 2 taels of silver to the old woman who was cooking, so that they could keep an eye on each other and no one could have any evil ideas. Chapter 456. Old Man Su's craftsmanship was better than what Yu Shu had imagined. Because of Yu Shu's request, he had polished 20 round beads of the same size from each of the water essences. After the polishing, the water essences revealed their original luster. The white was shiny, the pink was fresh and tender, the yellow was crystal clear, and the red was delicate and beautiful. It was not as flawless as the crystal products in her memory. Instead, it was natural. When she held it in her hand, it was like holding a glistening water light, especially cool and refreshing under the sun. Yu Shu was very satisfied with Old Man Su's craftsmanship and praised him generously. Old Man Su, who had always been proud of his craftsmanship, couldn't help but feel proud. He gave her an idea. "Mr. Yu, if you want to string these water essence beads together, it will look clumsy if you use ordinary silk thread, and the color will show through the holes. Why don't you use gold and silver thread and let a skillful embroidery girl weave it before using it?" Yu Shu expressed that she had learned a lot and left 100 taels as a reward. She let Old Man Su polish the rest of the water essence stones and collect them after a month. After leaving Old Man Su's small workshop, Yu Shu first went to Wangji Building. She scattered all the 80 water essence beads in her hand in the fengshui pond on the courtyard to raise them. She told Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai to change the spring water every 2 days, and they would only be effective after 7 days. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of departure. Yu Shu was woken up by Yindou before dawn. She cleaned up and was called by Zhao Hui to remind her of some things when she was outside. Finally, she was sent to the carriage by Yu Xiaoxiu to go to the Celestial Commissioner. Early in the morning, the Celestial Commissioner's gate was full of people and carriages. Yu Shu saw many unfamiliar faces, most of them were men, and there were only a few women. They were all wearing the special official uniform of the officials. The clothes were simple on the top and plump on the bottom. They were like famous officials walking out of the way and Jin Dynasty paintings, shining with style and bright clothes. After everyone arrived, there was a person in charge who counted the name list. Then they boarded the carriage and went to the foot of the imperial city to meet the other people. Outside the city walls, there was a sea of people, 1 supervisor, 2 stations, 3 temples, 6 departments, all sent people to accompany the emperor and see him off. During the annual ancestral worship ceremony, the high-ranking officials of the Celestial Commissioner's office turned out in full force. Even the great headmaster of the Tongxiang Marquis was present. This group of people formed a circle and paid their respects to each other. The great headmaster of the Tongxiang Marquis was dressed in a purple robe and was surrounded by the crowd. He fully deserved his peerless talent. He was like a moon surrounded by stars. Every move he made attracted countless envious gazes. When the Son of Heaven came out, the horn sounded. Someone took the lead and a wave of worshipping voices rang out. Yushu and the others followed suit and knelt down. They secretly raised their heads but could not see the emperor's entourage clearly. They could only see a mass of bright yellow moving slowly in the crowd. When she boarded the carriage again, it was already an hour later. Yushu's forehead was covered in sweat from the morning sun. She sat uncomfortably in the carriage arranged by the Celestial Commissioner. In the same carriage were the students chosen by the Taisha Library to attend the ceremony. The carriage was very spacious. There were 6 people, 3 men and 3 women. They deliberately sat separately. When Yushu got on the carriage, she was a step late and sat at the door. No one let her sit. After all, after leaving the Taisha Library, she was indeed not as precious as a young lady from an aristocratic family. Along the way, Yushu did not talk much with the 5 people. She had always been a person who ignored people if they did not get close to her. Moreover, she did not feel that there was any need to make friends with the second generation of the aristocratic families in the carriage. Except for Wen Xiaoan, she already knew him. Like Yushu, Wen Xiaoan sat quietly by the window and played with an octagonal compass. The other 4 people were talking and laughing, vaguely forming a small group. It seemed that Zhang Shuyuan from the aristocratic family in Jiangxi was the center. Speaking of Zhang Shuyuan, it reminded Yushu of the Tianyu fengshui that Xian Lu told her. The ancestors of the Zhang family lived in Anya in Jiangxi. It was said that the ancestor hundreds of years ago was the descendant of the founder of Taoism, Zhang Daoling, celestial master Zhang. Because he entered the secular world to cultivate, he could not bear the loneliness of the secular world, so he started his own family and changed the surname Zhang to Zhan. The Zhan family was different from the 2 aristocratic families, Wen Qinbei and Xia Jiangnan, which rose 100 years ago because of the protection of Yi. They were an old-fashioned family of fengshui and had a very high reputation in the local area. It was said that they were a little afraid of the emperor, but the common people along the Yangtze River might not know who the current emperor was, but everyone knew the name of the Zhan family. And this, Tianyu fengshui, was a secret ancestral skill of the Zhan family. Any direct descendant of the Zhan family who was born at 8 years old and had excellent talent would be passed a Tianyu to practice the secret skill. With this skill, they could predict good or bad luck and would always be successful. And Zhang Shuyuan was such a direct descendant who had a Tianyu, so she could stand out among the geniuses in the Taisha Library. Yushu was a little interested in this Tianyu divination tool, but when she looked at Zhang Shuyuan, she did not find any special jade on her. It was dozens of miles from the capital to Huazhen Garden. They set off in the morning and arrived in the evening. Everyone got off their horses and alighted, and according to the order of the line, they entered the garden. Huazhen Garden was actually a summer mountain resort. It was next to mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. Yushu and her group of 6 were arranged to stay in a summer courtyard in the west wing. There were 2 rows of north and south, and there were exactly 6 rooms. The 3 male students stayed in the front courtyard, and the 3 female students stayed in the back courtyard. No one was in the way of the others. But when it came to choosing rooms, they encountered some trouble. Zhang Shuyuan and the other 2 girls had agreed to stay next door, and they were the first to choose 2 rooms with good lighting. Yushu had no intention of fighting with the 2 girls, so she carried her luggage into the remaining room in the west wing. But after she checked the doors and windows, and made the bed to rest for a while, just as she laid down, someone knocked on the door. Dong, dong, dong. You Swansea. Yushu frowned. She waited for 7 or 8 calls from outside, each louder than the last, before she reluctantly got up to open the door. She saw Zhang Shuyan and another female student standing outside. What is it? Zhang Shuyan smiled apologetically at her, and said, let's change rooms. Why don't you go to the room in the east wing? I won't change. Yushu was not so easy to talk to. Without asking, she was about to close the door. She had sat in the carriage for a day, and didn't eat much rations on the way. Her whole body was uncomfortable, and she was too lazy to even take a few steps. How would she want to move? Wait a moment, Zhang Shuyan raised his hand to stop the door, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He patiently discussed with Yushu, Yunyun's 8 characters are of the fire element, and she is most afraid of the wind. The room in the east wing has too many windows, and it's not suitable for her to stay there. It's just changing rooms with you. Swansea won't be so petty, right? The Yunyun that Zhang Shuyan spoke of was the other young miss who was traveling with them, from the Chui family of the 12 prefectures in the capital. Hearing this, Yushu swept a glance at that Chui Yun, and asked Zhang Shuyan in reply, since that's the case, why don't you just change rooms with Miss Chui? Could it be that your 8 characters are also of the fire element? Zhang Shuyan naturally wouldn't tell the truth that she didn't want to stay in the rooms at both ends, and said to Yushu, that's not it. If I could change rooms with her, I wouldn't need to trouble Swansea. However, I have Tianyu, and can only trouble Swansea. Oh. When Yushu heard Tianyu, her interest was piqued, and she wasn't in a hurry to close the door and chase them away. She looked Zhang Shuyan up and down, and said curiously, I've heard that the Zhang family's Tianyu is marvelous. I wonder if Miss Zhang can let me take a look. Looking at Yushu's expectant gaze, Zhang Shuyan's face revealed some arrogance. Probably intending to show off, she hesitated for a moment, and then pulled out a piece of string from her collar, revealing the item hanging around her neck. She held it in her palm, and didn't have any intention of taking it off. This is the heirloom of the family. What entered her eyes was an oval-shaped jade, with an 8-clawed golden handle on the back. Its surface was dark green, and at first glance, it didn't look any different from ordinary jadeite, except that the color was much more intense. Yushu stared hard at it a few times, but couldn't find anything strange about it. Zhang Shuyan then lovingly hid it back in front of her chest. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but at the moment she took it back, Yushu seemed to see a strange red light flash across the jade. Then I'll have to trouble you Swansea to change rooms. Zhang Shuyan raised her chin lightly, with a delicate look that said, you've seen my stone, so you should listen to me. Seeing this, Yushu secretly sneered. She felt that it was meaningless to argue with a little girl, so she nodded and agreed. She was not sure about her horoscope, but there were not so many *T taboos. It was the same no matter where she slept. Besides, the Luyao divination last night reminded her to be careful of villains on this trip. Zhang Shuyan was obviously a narrow-minded person. As long as she did not offend her, it was not worth it to give way. Yushu turned around and went to get her luggage. The 2 girls stood outside the door. Chui Yun held Zhang Shuyan's arm and said with a hint of flattery, Shuyan, you're so nice. Without you, I don't know what to do. Then she whispered in her ear, this female fortune-teller has always been arrogant, but she doesn't dare to go against you. You have a way. Zhang Shuyan proudly smiled and looked at the room with a trace of disdain. She thought to herself, she's just a fortune-teller. How can she be compared with an aristocratic family with a deep foundation like theirs? At most, she will marry into an official family in the future. She won't even be able to enter the Celestial Commissioner's office. No one knew whether it was intentional or not, but Zhang Shuiyuan ignored Yushu's identity as a fortune teller. She was also the Hyde one of this year's Dian Wonder technique. Because of the grand ancestral worship, half of the high-ranking officials and nobles in Anling City lived in Huajian Garden, waiting for the 9th day of May. Therefore, a team of Yulin royal guards was sent to guard the garden. It looked calm inside and outside the garden, but in fact, it was heavily guarded. The status of the few students from the LoveLore Library was obviously not high enough. They were not qualified to bring maids and servants with them. They all traveled alone, so after they settled down, they drank tea and fetched water. There were only 2 maids in the courtyard to serve them. It was time for dinner, but no one cared about them here. They couldn't walk outside the courtyard casually, so they could only wait for someone to deliver their food. Zhao Hui prepared a box of pastries for Yushu, but Yushu was sick of eating them on the way. Her appetite had been trained to be picky in the Forgotten Opportunity building, so every meal had soup, rice, and oil. Otherwise, she would not be able to swallow them at all. Looking at the dark sky outside, she stuffed 2 mouthfuls of pastries into her mouth. She was so hungry that her head hurt. At this moment, she was worried about whether Shui Rui, who was accompanying the emperor, was also hungry. Just when she was about to go out and ask when the food would be delivered, Cui Yun called her to eat in the tea house. Chapter 457. There were 4 or 5 standard plates scattered on the wide round table. There were 6 people sitting around the table. In Yushu's eyes, these dishes were really simple. Noble Jean had just sent a servant to bring them over. When I left, my father told me that we would sleep on an empty stomach the night before. With our status in Huajian Garden, it would be hard for us to have a hot meal even if we wanted to. Fortunately, Shui Yuan is here. I propose that we use tea instead of wine to toast her. Cui Yun picked up the teacup in front of her and raised it to Zhang Shuiyuan with a smile. Then she looked around at the others and signaled them to toast with her. Yes, yes, to Miss Zhang. Feng Jun and another young man quickly echoed. Wen Xiaoan looked at them and frowned slightly. He also picked up the teacup and placed it on his chest. However, Zhang Shuiyuan pressed the teacup on the table and didn't move. Her eyes fell on Yushu, who didn't move at all. It seemed that she was competing with her patience. If Yushu didn't move, she wouldn't move either. Seeing this, the others all turned their eyes to Yushu. Yushu lazily picked up the cup. Before Zhang Shuiyuan could raise the corner of her mouth, she brought it to her mouth and took a sip. Seeing Zhang Shuiyuan's face turn sour, she laughed inwardly. You want to drink tea from me with just a few dishes? Dream on. Zhang Shuiyuan was a little annoyed with Yushu's behavior of not giving him face. He lightly snorted. Cui Yun looked at this and that. She smiled and picked up the chopsticks to smooth things over. Let's eat quickly. I've been hungry for a long time. Hey, this tofu is really good. Shuiyuan, try it first. Zhang Shuiyuan was really hungry. Looking at the food Cui Yun put into her bowl, he then glanced at Yushu, who was slowly drinking tea, and lowered his head to take a sip. Pretending to be enjoying it, he called out to the others, "Oh, although it's not as exquisite as the food at home, there's a special taste in the mountains. Yun Yun, young Master Sun, young Master Wen, young Master Zhou, please eat your chopsticks. Don't wait for the food to get cold. There's no fire in this courtyard, and if you're hungry in the middle of the night, no one will make supper for you." She greeted everyone but left out Yushu. She thought that if Yushu also picked up her chopsticks at this time, people would inevitably look down on her. But if she had the guts to leave, she would have to wait until dawn to starve. What she didn't expect was that Yushu didn't eat the dishes, nor did she leave angrily. Instead, she just sat there casually, refilling her cup after she finished her tea, and calmly watched them eat. Being stared at by her like this, it was the few of them who felt uncomfortable eating. Zhang Shuyuan had never met such a shameless person before. Gritting his teeth, he was about to say something. Gurgle, gurgle. A rhythmic rumble of hunger sounded. Everyone who was eating was stunned. They raised their heads and looked at each other. Finally, they all looked at Yushu strangely. What are they looking at? So what if it's her stomach rumbling? Yushu cursed in her heart. She couldn't maintain her composure. Zhang Shuyuan sneered and said, I thought you Swansea wasn't hungry. At this moment, someone came in from outside the door. He's here. Why is he already eating? A few people at the table turned their heads, only to see a eunuch wearing a round crown on his head and embroidered silk armor mumbling to himself as he walked in. Behind him was a young eunuch carrying a food container of myriad treasures. Young masters and young ladies, her ladyship has ordered this servant to bring some food over. The eunuch smiled as he looked at the 6 young people at the table. After recognizing their faces, he called the little eunuch to bring the food container to the table. He opened the lid and took it out layer by layer. At the same time, he announced the names of the dishes: marinated golden eel, crispy sliced goose, 3 delicacies, stewed pig skin, jade tofu pudding, lotus flower cashew nuts, and finally, this white spirit fresh fish soup. The various delicacies were placed on a blue and white porcelain plate. There was a pot of soup with a silver spoon and a tray of snow-white steamed buns. The dishes were arranged in a circle around the table. The aroma of the steaming hot food pushed the original 4 dishes and 1 soup to the center. It was a pitiful sight. Gulp. It was unknown how many people swallowed their saliva. Water. Yushu was no exception. She was so hungry that she wanted to scratch the wall. Cui Yun used her elbow to nudge Cui Shuyuan. She winked at her and said, Her ladyship really treats you well. She quickly added a few more hot dishes. How can we finish them? When that flower-clothed eunuch had entered, he had said, Nyang nyang, and everyone present had heard it. With Cui Yun's words, they all thought that Zhang Guiren had added more food for them, and their gazes towards Zhang Shuyuan immediately became a bit warmer. This caused Zhang Shuyuan, who had been a bit puzzled earlier, to become proud again. She raised her eyes and glanced at Yushu. She smiled and politely said to the eunuch, I've troubled this eunuch to make this trip. Please help my daughter thank her ladyship for her concern. The eunuch glanced at her and didn't pay her any attention. He took out the silver tin wine jug from the last layer of the food container in the little eunuch's hands. He took out a small plum blossom-shaped wine cup and placed it next to one person. He bent over and kindly said, This is her ladyship's 100-year-old wine. It clears the heart and moistens the lungs. Miss, you should drink less. Rest early tonight and don't delay tomorrow's official business. Her ladyship. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Zhang Shuyuan froze with a smile on his face. He stared at the wine jug next to Yushu. No matter how stupid he was, he understood that she was thinking too much. His face quickly turned red and he wanted to bury his head in his chest in embarrassment. Yushu was stunned for a moment. Her eyes flickered and she understood the whole story. She immediately felt a burst of sourness and sweetness in her heart. In this world, she probably wouldn't be able to find a second considerate person who cared about her so much. Among the 4 consorts in the imperial palace, who else but noble consort Xue could call her noble consort Nyang Nyang? She had nothing to do with noble consort Xue at all. If it wasn't for Xue Rui's mediation, how could she have such a big face? Thank you, her ladyship, for your kindness. Yushu moved her chair and stood up. She cupped her hands towards the eunuch in flowery robes. I'll see you out. Ignoring the people at the table who had become mute, Yushu saw them out the door. She walked into the courtyard and took the opportunity to ask, "May I know Eunuch Chio's great name?" "I don't dare. Miss, you can just call me Eunuch Chio." "Miss, you don't need to trouble me to see you out. You can go back. This servant has already informed the kitchen that they will send food to you on time tomorrow. You don't need to share a table with others." Yushu thanked him again. She reached into her sleeve and took out the 100 taels banknote that she had prepared for emergencies. She stuffed it into the eunuch's hand. "I'll have to trouble Eunuch Chio to take care of me in the future." Eunuch Chio smiled but didn't refuse. He took the thin banknote. The young eunuch saw it with his sharp eyes and didn't say anything. When they reached the entrance of the courtyard and saw that Yushu had gone back, he asked in a low and puzzled voice, "Master, didn't you say that the biggest taboo for us internal officials is a little chick lying on the doorstep and chattering? Didn't eldest young master already tip her? Why did you still accept her?" Eunuch Chio cast a sidelong glance at him and then stuffed the banknote that hadn't warmed in his hand to his young disciple. He snorted, "You're such an idiot. If I don't accept it, it means that I'm too lazy to deal with this person. If I accept her, it means that she's worth befriending. Take it and give it to your old mother for treatment. Don't say that I didn't take care of you." The young eunuch didn't quite understand, but he silently noted it down. Holding the banknote between his fingers, he glanced at the number on it and grinned. He tucked it away in his bosom, thinking, whatever master says is fine. When Yushu returned to the dining room, Zhan Shuiyuan and Cui Yun were nowhere to be seen. They must have been embarrassed by what had just happened and had run back to their rooms. The dishes on the table hadn't been touched. Yushu looked at the three youths sitting obediently at the table, waiting for her to return. She generously waved her hand and said, "You're welcome. Let's eat." Other than the expressionless Wen Shao and the other two sighed in relief. It was only after a whole day that they revealed a friendly smile to Yushu. Because of someone's thoughtfulness, Yushu's appetite increased. She only felt full after eating 2 steamed buns. During the meal, there were inevitably people who tried to ask about her relationship with Imperial Consort Shui. Yushu pretended not to know anything. In the end, she couldn't eat anymore and returned to her room with the pot of wine. After washing her face with water, Yushu took off her coat and lay on the bed. She held a small wine cup in her hand and looked at the crescent moon outside the window. She smiled and squinted her eyes. The mood that had been stifled because of the sudden appearance of the 10th princess a few days ago had been soothed by this meal. No matter who Shui Rui used to have in his heart, from now on, she would do her best to make him only have her in his heart. At the same time, in the north court of Huajian Garden, in a small building by Lake Li, Qiu Gonggong quietly walked into the middle room. He pushed aside the layers of beaded curtains and bowed his head. He respectfully half-knelt on a carpet and said in a low voice, "Replying to your ladyship, this servant has just delivered the food and the pot of wine." Inside the tent, there was a figure lying on her side. The light reflected on the yellow silk curtains. Her elegant voice was like silk, making people's hearts tremble. "Did you see her?" "I saw her. She's clean and delicate. Her appearance isn't shocking, but she speaks with propriety. She doesn't seem like someone who sticks to formalities." "You devil's mind. Did Ben Gong ask you these things?" This servant was too talkative. The voice behind the curtain let out a faint laugh and said, "Forget it, I am just curious. Qing Bai is fine, he asked you to take care of a girl, and he did not deliberately hide it from me. I think he has some childish thoughts, that's why he deliberately let me know. Eldest brother passed away a long time ago. Qing Bai is sensible and much more capable than the other hedonistic sons. His Majesty is willing to put him in an important position. As his aunt, I feel proud. It's a pity that he left his mother at a young age. I only have one son, Xiao Zhou, so I love Qingbai like a son. Naturally, I have to worry about him. Qiu Gonggong hurriedly said, eldest young master is young and talented, skilled in both the pen and the sword. Which young master in Anling City can compare to him? Only our prince can. Ha, don't try to make me happy. Although Xiao Zhou is smart, he isn't as flexible as Qingbai. After all, he stayed in the mountains for so many years. Noble consort Shue's thoughts were unknown. She sighed and waved her hand. You can leave. Ask about that girl. We'll talk later. Yes, this servant will leave. Chapter 458. Yu Shu moved to the room on the east side. Early in the morning, she was woken up by the sunlight shining into the room. She was not unaccustomed to the new environment. Perhaps because she drank some wine last night, she had a good sleep and got out of bed refreshed. There was water in the room that she had a maidservant fetch before going to bed last night. She used it directly to wash up, not expecting anyone to serve her early. First, this wasn't Wangji Tower. Second, there were two delicate young ladies living in the backyard. Those two servants were definitely not enough to order around. Sure enough, when Yu Shu changed her clothes and strolled around the yard, she saw the two servants bustling in and out of Zhan Chuyuan's and Cui Yun's rooms. When it was time for breakfast, the little eunuch from last night came again with a food box. There were many kinds of breakfast, but the amount was not as much as last night. It was enough for Yu Shu to eat alone. Obviously, the people from last night were not included. This was also true. Noble consort Shue's subordinates took care of Yu Shu because of Shui Rui. There was no need to involve the young ladies and young masters. However, Yu Shu suspected that it was also because eunuch Qiu didn't know what was good for Zhan Chuyuan and the others last night. Only breakfast was prepared for her, so Yu Shu ate in her room. She wasn't as childish as Zhan Chuyuan, showing off a few mouthfuls of food in front of others. She wasn't afraid of others secretly saying that she was giving preferential treatment. Yu Shu leisurely finished her breakfast and went to the door to call for a maid who was free to come in. She asked her to wash the bowls and chopsticks and wait for someone to deliver the food at noon. She also asked, has everyone else eaten breakfast? However, the answer was somewhat beyond Yu Shu's expectations. They were still hungry. Yu Shu folded her handkerchief and wiped her mouth. Looking at the rising sun outside, she shook her head and sighed. Noble consort Zhan was still not as powerful as noble consort Shui. At 7:15 in the morning, official Wang of the Ministry of Rites came to find them with two people carrying a large box. He gathered the 6 people in the empty front yard. Yu Shu watched as he asked someone to open the box. There were several bronze tools of different shapes inside, and she could tell that they were heavy. Today, I'll teach you how to identify and retrieve weapons. I'm sure you're all familiar with the etiquette that was passed down earlier. These 6 weapons were passed down by the sacred ancestor, since Lord Wang gave a long speech, mainly explaining that the mission of the 6 of them during the sacred ancestor day of sacrifice ceremony was to protect the 6 artifacts and follow the sacred ancestor closely to worship the ancestors. These 6 bronze artifacts were a book, a sword, a ruler, a cauldron, a Rui scepter, and the 8 trigrams. They respectively represented Emperor Anwu's achievements in pacifying the 9 prefectures and governing the world. It was just right for the 6 of them to take 1 weapon each. However, according to the rules of etiquette, women should not use sharp weapons, and men should not be weak. Therefore, Lord Wang assigned Wen Xiao and the other 2 teenagers to take the sword, the tripod, and the ruler. The rest were left with the book, the Rui, and the 8 trigrams. Looking at the remaining 3 bronze artifacts, without waiting for Lord Wang to make arrangements, Zhan Chuyuan spoke first. I'll take the Rui scepter, Yun takes the 8 trigrams plate, and Yu Xuanzi takes the bronze book. How about that? Cui Yun quickly nodded and said, "Let's do it this way." Among the 6 artifacts, if one were to compare the level of metaphor, the tripod would naturally be the best, followed by the Rui scepter. The 8 trigrams plate was, of course, the symbol of the E-masters. The 2 of them did not decline modestly and directly picked the best one. Lord Wang turned to look at Yu Shu. Seeing that she didn't have any objections, he nodded and told the assistant officer behind him to record it down. He told them, "These 6 artifacts are fake. They are for you to practice using. Wait until the 9th day of the 5th lunar month, then you will hold the real artifacts." Zhan Shuyuan and Cui Yun happily went forward to hold the bronze artifacts. Yu Shu picked up the bronze book indifferently. She weighed it in her hand and found that it was about the same weight as she had imagined. She then looked at the Rui scepter and the 8 trigrams in the other 2 girls' hands, and the corners of her mouth immediately curled up. After that, Lord Wang didn't ask them to do anything else. After teaching them the basic hand gestures, he set up an incense burner and moved a chair to the side to keep time for them. He asked them to stand in a line for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The young people didn't care and looked relaxed. At the beginning, they all held the hand gestures and stood in a more standard position. However, before Lord Wang could drink a second cup of tea, someone started shaking the incense burner. Lord Wang saw this and frowned secretly. He didn't know that among the 6 people, 5 of them hadn't eaten or drunk anything that morning. Wen Xiaohen and the other 2 teenagers were fine. They had stayed to freeload on Yu Shu last night, so they could bear it in the morning on an empty stomach. However, Zhan Shuyuan, who was angry last night and didn't eat, and Cui Yun, who comforted her for the whole night, suffered. The 2 girls hadn't been able to eat their fill after traveling for a whole day yesterday. Moreover, because of their resentment towards Yu Shu, they had chatted for half the night. They were tired and hungry. How long could they stand with a copper lump in their hands? What's more, compared with the thin bronze book in Yu Shu's hand, the Rui scepter and the 8 trigram plate were much heavier. Yu Shu calmly looked at Zhan Shuyuan, who was standing on her left. Zhan Shuyuan's face was pale and his forehead was sweating. She took pleasure in his misfortune and thought, the person who seems to be at a disadvantage may not necessarily be the one who gets the advantage. After a while, Zhan Shuyuan couldn't stand it anymore. She staggered forward and half squatted down. The bronze artifact in her hand fell to the ground. Shuyuan, Cui Yun took the opportunity to put down her sore arm and went forward to help her. Ahem. Lord Wang coughed heavily and stood up unhappily. He said seriously, "How long have you been standing? Didn't you eat this morning?" It had to be said that Lord Wang was telling the truth. Zhan Shuyuan felt embarrassed and wanted to say that they really didn't eat, but she saw Yu Shu's figure from the corner of her eyes and swallowed her words. She thought that if Yu Shu heard what she said, it would prove that no one brought her breakfast this morning. Thinking of the embarrassing scene at the dining table last night, she bit her lips, feeling wronged and resentful. To fight back, she rubbed her arm and pushed away Cui Yun's support. She held the Rui scepter and stood up again. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and thought, "At least you have some backbone." They stood like this for half an hour. Except for Yu Shu and Wen Xiao, and even the 2 boys couldn't stand it and put down their utensils twice, let alone Zhan Shuyuan and Cui Yun. They almost had to rest after standing for a while. Lord Wang didn't look good. This was related to the ancestral worship ceremony, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Usually, he had to be polite to these young ladies, but now he didn't have to worry. He first nodded to Yu Shu and Wen Xiao and then coldly said a few words to the other 4. However, before he finished, Zhan Shuyuan, who was embarrassed and tired, covered her stomach with cold sweat and bent down. Ouch! Seeing this, Lord Wang stopped talking and hurriedly asked someone to help her back to her room. Sun Jun and another young man took the opportunity to follow them, so that they wouldn't be scolded again. Chapter 459. Lord Wang's sigh was understandable to Yu Shu, as someone who had once longed to enter the Taisha Library. The Yi Academy, which was known as the #1 academy in the world, actually relied on one's family background. That's right, it was family background. On the surface, the Taisha Library, which accepted students every 3 years, selected the best based on the rankings of the Grand Yen examination. But in reality, those who did not have the background of a noble family, lacked the guidance of a famous teacher, and had to rely on their own to figure out their way and achieve results in the Grand Yen examination were all not young. And the other rule of the Taisha Library was that they only accepted young talents. This was another dignified excuse. The noble families of the Yi Academy never lacked children. They had a group of masters to guide them, and even those who were not talents could be taught to become talents. It was not difficult for them to pass the Grand Yen examination. There were 12 noble families in the capital alone, not to mention those outside the capital. The Taisha Library only accepted a dozen or so people every 3 years, and almost all the places were taken by the children of noble families. How many dark horses like Yu Shu could there be? And how many geniuses had been killed in the cradle in the past 100 years? There were many young people in the Taisha Library, but they were limited to the small circle of noble families. Even the 18 academicians in charge of teaching were all from noble families. Of course, Jing Chen was an exception. His background was more powerful than that of a normal noble family. He was the emperor himself. It seemed like there was a constant influx of new blood, but what was not visible was the serious exclusion. Under this kind of atmosphere, it could only result in a situation where each generation was worse than the previous one. It was precisely because of what she saw today that Lord Wang sighed. Yu Shu did not know which ancestor had proposed the rule of regardless of age, only rank, in the Taisha Library, but she guessed that the ancestor would not want to see the sealed Taisha Library. Unfortunately, Yu Shu could almost foresee that in the near future, this rule that she admired would probably be useless. This was the so-called when one flourishes, one must fall. Yu Shu looked at the sorrowful and helpless Lord Wang, and suddenly realized that the generation she had come to had not only witnessed the prosperity of the Yi Academy, but also a decline. Complementary operator. Complementary operator. Lord Wang called Yu Shu a few times to bring her back to reality. Seeing her absent-minded look, he mistakenly thought that she was also exhausted, so he frowned and said, "Do you have any discomfort anywhere?" Yu Shu flashed a toothy grin and said, "No, I'm fine. It won't be a problem for me to stand for a whole morning." Lord Wang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard her confident reply. He thought to himself that these two were the only ones who could handle the situation. If there was another one who couldn't handle the situation, he would definitely cry. Lord Wang turned around and asked Wen Shaoan, who looked thin and weak. The answer he got was almost the same. "Don't worry, sir. I can stand for a whole day." Well, this one was even more straightforward than Yu Shu. Lord Wang was so touched that he wanted to cry. He nodded and had them put down the utensils in their hands. He pointed at the bronze utensils that had been left behind by a few people and said, "In that case, Yu Xuanzi will take the 8 trigrams plate, and young Master Wen will take the sword." Yu Shu and Wen Shaoan looked at each other and didn't understand what he meant. Didn't they choose it before? Why did they change it again? Lord Wang quickly explained to them, when the Holy Ancestor established the De and Kingdom, he used a Chunjun sword to command the 6 armies. Empress Ningzhen received the mandate of heaven and used the Book of Changes passed down by the goddess of 9th heaven to assist the Holy Ancestor. Therefore, the sword and the 8 diagrams are the most important of the 6 utensils. They were too weak and were afraid that they would make a mistake that day, so Yu Tu took it and walked in front. Hearing the reason, Yu Shu couldn't help but laugh. This was called an unintentional willow. When Shaoan continued to ask, but it was clearly written in the ritual that among the 6 utensils, the tripod was the first, followed by the Rui scepter. Don't you want us to memorize it by heart? Being questioned, Lord Wang smiled and said seriously, I want you to memorize it by heart, but I didn't ask you to memorize it by heart. The ritual has its own rules. This is the sacrifice day of the holy ancestor, so we naturally have to follow the instructions of the ancestors. Whether Wen Shaoan noticed it or not, Yu Shu felt that Lord Wang deliberately didn't explain it to them at the beginning. However, the sacrifice day was held once a year. Some students from Taisha Library had even participated in it 3 times, so they should have noticed it. But looking at Zhang Shuiyuan's appearance today, it was obvious that he didn't know it, so he chose the Rui scepter. What did this mean? Yu Shu thought about it and could only say that the Zhang family of Jiangxi was a local tyrant. In the capital city, they still had to listen to the 12 families. It wasn't until noon that the internal official in charge of the kitchen seemed to remember the people living in the side courtyard and finally sent food over. It was a simple 3 dishes, a soup, and steamed buns. When it was sent over, there was no heat. Fortunately, it was summer, so they didn't have to worry about being hungry. Putting aside the fact that Yu Shu was giving them special attention in the room, Lord Wang came again in the afternoon. Zhang Shuiyuan and the others had eaten their fill and finally had some energy. However, before they could do anything, they were rearranged to hold the utensils and were told that the 6 people would be led by Yu Shu and Wen Shaoan. Naturally, some people were dissatisfied, but they were dismissed by Lord Wang. What utensils do you want to hold? Stand under the sun for an hour, and I will agree. Then why don't the 2 of them stand? The person who pointed at Yu Shu and Wen Shaoan was Cui Yun, who had received the 8 trigrams plate in the morning. At this moment, she was a little resentful. She must be regretting hiding in the room to accompany Zhang Shuiyuan in the morning and wasting the opportunity. That's right. Everyone has to stand. Why don't they stand? Zhang Shuiyuan was also dissatisfied and immediately called the other 2 to agree. Yu Shu looked up at the sky. Wen Shaoan was expressionless. Lord Wang sneered and said, when you ran back to your room to rest in the morning, the 2 of them stood for more than an hour. This time, no one had any objections. They arrived at Huazhen Garden on the 6th day of the new year. After the 7th day, on the morning of the 8th day, Lord Wang brought the ceremonial robes for the ceremony. There were also a few palace maids accompanying them. They went into the rooms to teach them how to put on their hats and clothes. The styles of the men's and women's ceremonial robes were different. The 3 youths were wearing crooked robes, while the women's dress was a plain long dress with 3 layers of snow-white undergarments. Only a tall and thin person like Yu Shu could show off her waist in the dress. The other 2 girls were equally dressed. After changing into the formal clothes, Lord Wang checked them one by one. When he was satisfied, he waved his hand and ordered them to follow him. With a palace maid leading the way, they followed behind to learn the steps and posture. Huazhen Garden was huge. Pavilions and terraces could be seen everywhere. After leaving the side courtyard, they crossed a small bridge. In the distance, they saw a group of nobles in the garden. Some of the 6 youths were tempted to make a move, but Lord Wang acted as if he didn't see it and continued walking. He had no intention of leading them to climb up. In the distance, in a pavilion, someone was looking at the group of people. Imperial brother, look over there. Why are they dressed like that? Are they patrolling the garden? He pointed to a little girl in the distance. She had a palace gauze on her shoulders and a partridge flower hairpin on her head. She was about 11 or 12 years old. From her voice, one could tell that she was a member of the royal family. Lu Tan, who was arranging the chess pieces, turned his head and took a look. With a normal expression, he said, "Oh, that should be a student of the Taisha Library." After saying that, he turned back and saw the man who was playing chess with him. The man held a chess piece in his hand and didn't place it. He was also looking at the bridge. "Cousin, it's your turn." Shui Rui came back to his senses and smiled at Lu Tan. He placed the chess piece in his hand and didn't say anything. The little princess saw that they were playing chess and didn't play with her. She pouted and looked around in boredom. After a while, she lifted her dress and walked to the side. When they weren't paying attention, she slipped down the pavilion and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 12th princess ran away. Shui Rui raised his hand and started eating the black chess pieces on the plate. Lu Tan was thinking about his next move. Without turning his head, he said, "Huajian Garden is guarded by the Yulin royal guards. We can't lose her. Let her play. It's rare for her to leave the palace." Then he changed the topic and asked, "Is Miss Lianfang here for this year's ceremony?" Shui Rui said, "She was not selected." Later, Miss Qin fell and got injured, so she was replaced. Lu Tan smiled coldly, "The LoveLore Library." Shui Rui didn't comment. He watched him move a chess piece. He nodded and said, "Good move." Lord Wang took Yushu and the others to walk around Huajian Garden. They went to all the places they could go before letting them go. Tomorrow was the 9th day of the new year. The ceremony was at noon. However, they had to rush to the imperial mausoleum early in the morning. There was no room for mistakes. Lord Wang reminded them again and again, especially to have them rest early tonight. When he said this, he especially stared at Zhang Shuiyuan and Cui Yun, hinting at something. After Lord Wang left, Yushu returned to her room to change out of her gown and put it away in the wardrobe. It was still early, and she didn't bring any books with her on this trip. Now that she had nothing to do, she hid in her room and felt bored. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. "You Swansea." Yushu recognized Cui Yun's voice. She came out of her bedroom and opened the door. She saw Cui Yun standing outside with a smile and holding Zhang Shuyuan's hand. "What's the matter?" "It's still early to eat. We are going to walk around the garden. Do you want to come with us?" "I'm tired." "You guys go ahead." After Yushu finished speaking, she closed the door. She would rather stay in the room and be bored than deal with this kind of villain. Zhang Shuyuan looked at the closed door and said to Cui Yun with a gloomy expression, "I told you not to call her. You are meddlesome. If you want to curry favor with her, go ahead. Why bring me along?" Cui Yun hurriedly held her arm and whispered, "What are you talking about? Why should I curry favor with her? Is it worth it? I don't want to see you become enemies with her. She is a 4th-class female fortune teller. When we get back to the library, if she comes looking for trouble, I want to see what you will do." Zhang Shuyuan couldn't be provoked. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of her?" Fine, fine, fine. You are not afraid of her. Let's go. Let's go somewhere else. Don't let her spoil your mood." Cui Yun pulled Zhang Shuyuan away. Behind the door, Yushu listened to their quarrel. She frowned and went back to her bedroom. It was not that she had a good temper and did not want to go out and argue with them. It was really difficult for her to pay attention to such mindless characters. Zhang Shuyuan and Cui Yun said that they were going to the garden. However, Huajian Garden was not a place where they could casually walk around. There were guards guarding the garden. They didn't go far before they were blocked. After a few times, they lost interest and walked around the lake for a while before heading back. Cui Yun followed Zhang Shuyuan back to her room. Seeing that she was depressed, she coaxed, "There is nothing fun in Huajian Garden. When we return to the capital, I will take you to a better place. I'm sure you will like it." Zhang Shuyuan nodded. She touched her neck. The next moment, her expression suddenly changed. Bored people were the easiest to get sleepy. Yushu and Yi lay on the bed and unknowingly fell asleep. When they woke up again, they were woken up by the sound of knocking on the door. Bang bang bang. Come out. Yushu, come out. Yushu yawned and sat up. The room was dusky. She tidied her hair and was unhappy to be woken up like this. She went to open the door with a gloomy face. What's with the noise? 1, 2, 3, 4. There was more than one person standing outside the door. The first person was Zhan Shuyuan. When Yushu saw her angrily push her away, she rushed into her bedroom without saying a word. Yushu was stunned. She followed closely and saw Zhan Shuyuan pull the pillow and quilt on her bed to the floor. She stepped on it like a headless fly and turned to pull at her wardrobe. Yushu strode forward and grabbed her hand. She used force to pull her away and shouted, "Are you crazy? Let me go. You little thief." Zhan Shuyuan shook off her hand and pointed at Yushu's nose. She scolded with red eyes, "You stole my Tianyu. Stop pretending. Give it back to me." Yushu suddenly felt a headache. She pulled her hard, pinched her wrist, and asked coldly, "Which eye of yours saw me steal your things, huh?" Zhan Shuyuan felt pain. She shrank her shoulders and said fiercely, "Who else could it be except you? I went out with Yunyun in the afternoon and you were alone in the backyard. You must have been greedy for my Tianyu and sneaked into my room to take it." Yushu almost spat on her face. She was a brainless fool. She was not a member of the Zhan family and didn't know Tianyu feng shui. What was the use of taking her broken stone? Did she want to use it to break the glass of her house? Cui Yun, Feng Jun and Wen Shaoan, who came to watch, saw this scene and hesitated. They didn't know whether they should go forward to persuade her or not. Cui Yun couldn't stand it anymore. She said bitterly, "You Swansea, if you took Shu Yuan's Tianyu, give it back to her. Don't wait for things to get worse." Zhan Shuyuan suddenly turned around and shouted, "Yun Yun, go and ask Lord Wang to come here. Go and find the guards. Tell them there is a thief here. Go." Cui Yun hesitated and took 2 steps back. She turned around and was about to run out to call the guards. Yushu saw this and felt her teeth itching. Idiots. A group of idiots. Didn't they know where they were? If they really alarmed the higher-ups, they would be in big trouble. Wen Shaoan, stop her. Would Wen Shaoan, who had been keeping a distance from Yushu these days, listen to her? The answer was proved by his actions. "Ah. You, let go of me." Cui Yun screamed and tried to hit Wen Shaoan's arm, but Wen Shaoan didn't budge at all. He didn't let her move a single step away. The other 2 youths looked at her and didn't know whether to help or pull her back. They just stood there blankly. At this time, the room was in chaos. "Don't pull me. It hurts. Let go of me. Help. Help. Yushu, you little thief. You damn thief. How dare you steal my Tianyu? You have a guilty conscience. You are despicable and shameless." Yushu took a deep breath. She couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her hand and slapped Zhan Shuyuan's head. Zhan Shuyuan was knocked to the side and said angrily, Chapter 460. Yushu slaps Zhan Shuyuan, who is shouting, and the others are also stunned and don't know what to do. "What are you shouting for? Who dares to say one more word? If the nobles in the garden hear you, I want to see who will have a good ending." Yushu takes the opportunity to scare them and calm them down. Then she asks Wen Shaoan to go out quietly to find Lord Wang and tell him not to disturb others. As soon as Wen Shaoan leaves, Zhan Shuiyuan starts to cry. Yu Shu raises her hand without saying anything, which makes her behave. She just holds her face and sobs in a low voice, as if she has been greatly wronged. As the saying goes, a bitch will be tortured by a wicked person. She doesn't listen to Yu Shu and is even more domineering than her, so she doesn't dare to say anything. Not long after when Shaoan leaves, he comes back with Lord Wang, who is out of breath. Lord Wang has heard about what happened from Wen Shaoan on the way. As soon as he enters Yu Shu's room, he closes the door with a sullen face. He calls all the people in the bedroom to the living room and reprimands them in a low voice. Do you all want to die? Where is this place? Tomorrow is a special day. How dare you make trouble here? Cui Yun says timidly, Lord Wang, we didn't mean to. Shu Yuan's Tianyu was stolen. Yu Shu snorts coldly. Lord Wang glances at Yu Shu. Seeing that she doesn't speak, he turns his eyes to Zhan Shuiyuan, who is covering her head and crying, and asks, What Tianyu? When did you lose it? Lord Wang is an official of the Ministry of Rites, not a teacher, so he doesn't know much about Jiangxi Fengshui Zhan family. Zhan Shuiyuan thinks that Lord Wang is going to stand up for her, so she becomes bold. She rubs her eyes and stops crying. She first explains the rarity of their family's Tianyu, and finally points at Yu Shu and says, I was wearing it in the morning and left it in the room in the afternoon. When I came back, it was gone. I couldn't find it anywhere. It must have been stolen by her. Yu Shu denies it before Lord Wang asks, It's not me. I was sleeping in the afternoon and didn't go to her room. It's you, and you still don't want to admit it. I didn't do it. Why should I admit it? Then do you dare to let me search your room? Who do you think you are to search just because you said so? You have a guilty conscience, Lord Wang felt a headache when he saw them quarreling. He immediately said in a low voice, Enough. Don't make any more noise. If anyone says another word, they can forget about attending tomorrow's ceremony. Pack up and leave tonight. Zhan Shuiyuan angrily shut his mouth, and the room became quiet. Official Wang looked at this and then at that, not knowing what to do. It was true that he was in charge of these 6 people, but he was a ceremonial official, not an inquisitor. How could he judge right from wrong, and he had no right to search the body of an oracle. Yu Shu saw Lord Wang's difficult expression and frowned inwardly. She knew that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. With the muddle-headed behavior of Zhan Shuiyuan and the others, this matter would definitely blow up. Unfortunately, no one was listening to her. Her identity as the fortune teller did not carry much weight here, so she could not make any decisions. At this time, there was another knock on the door. Miss Yu, this servant is here to deliver dinner. It was the little eunuch Jizi. Yu Shu moved and walked over to open the door a crack. She looked at the little eunuch outside and had an idea. She didn't hurry to take the food box in his hands. Instead, she asked, Eunuch Jizi, where is your master? After 2 days of delivering food, Yu Shu was aware of the relationship between this little eunuch and the senior eunuch, Qiu Tongren, who served noble consort Shui. Jizi saw that Yu Shu was blocking the door, so he stood outside and didn't enter. When he heard her ask about his master, he said, Master is serving Her Highness. What's the matter, miss? Yu Shu was speechless. She wanted to find Shui Rui to deal with this matter, but she didn't know where he was. Only eunuchs with special status could come and go as they pleased in Huazhen Garden. She thought that Qiu Tongren would know where Shui Rui was, but eunuch Qiu was serving noble consort Shui, so it would be difficult. Jizi was clever. He looked at her and carefully asked, Miss, if you have something to say, this servant might be able to help. Yu Shu asked with a trace of hope, Do you know where eldest young Master Shui is in the garden? I know, eldest young Master Shui lives in the south courtyard. Yushu was delighted and quickly said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to ask eldest young Master Shui to come here. Tell him that I have an urgent matter to discuss with him." Zaijizi remembered that he had received 100 taels from Yushu from his master the day before yesterday, so he was willing to help her run errands. Thus, he readily agreed and gave the food box to Yushu before he ran off to find Shuirui. Yushu closed the door and returned. Seeing a group of people in the living room looking at her, she said to Lord Wang, "Lord, please wait for a moment. I've already sent someone to inform Lord Shui, the junior minister of the Supreme Court. Let's wait for him to arrive before we discuss the matter." Lord Wang had heard of Shuirui's reputation before. His expression had relaxed, but Zhang Chuiyuan was still staring at Yushu with a face full of suspicion. Cui Yun, who was standing at the side, pulled Yushu back and remained silent. Yushu was too lazy to explain in front of them. She brought the food in the food box to the table and politely asked Lord Wang about it. Seeing that he shook his head and refused, she called out to Wen Shaoan and gave him a pair of serving chopsticks. The two ignored everyone else and sat at the table to eat. When Zhang Chuiyuan saw Yushu acting like this, he became even angrier. Earlier, his head had hurt from being hit by her. Now that he was angry, he felt dizzy. Cui Yun helped him to sit on a chair. When he thought of the lost Tianyu, tears fell from his eyes again in a daze. Shuirui came faster than Yushu expected. She had just put down her chopsticks to wipe her mouth when she heard a knock on the door. It was Zaijizi again. "Miss Yu, I've invited eldest young master." Everyone in the room, who had been silent, suddenly had a change of expression. Yushu hurriedly went to open the door. It was already dark outside, but she still saw Shuirui, who was wearing a bamboo green robe, standing behind Zaijizi. When their eyes met, she could see the worry in his eyes. What happened? Shuirui wasn't in a hurry to go inside. Instead, he used his height to look over Yushu's head to see the situation in the room. He guessed and asked her. Yushu briefly told him, "You've heard of Jiangxi's Zhan family's Tianyu geomancy, right? The Tianyu that Miss Zhan carried with her was lost. She suspected that I stole it, so she set it up. Official Wang from the Ministry of Rights is also there." Needless to say, Shuirui knew why Yushu had asked him to come. He nodded and followed her into the living room. He didn't care that Zaijizi was poking his head around outside and didn't leave. Official Wang went forward to greet Shuirui. In terms of official rank, Shuirui was half a rank higher than him. Most of the young people in the room recognized who Shuirui was. Those who were originally sitting there all stood up to avoid being rude. Shuirui didn't exchange greetings with official Wang. He walked to the chair at the head of the table and sat down. He looked around at the expressions of the people in the room and asked first, "Who lost it?" Zhang Chuiyuan hurriedly said, "It's me. My Tianyu was stolen." "How can you be sure that someone stole it and you didn't lose it yourself?" I. Zhang Chuiyuan stuttered because of Shuirui's question. Cui Yun, who was supporting her, spoke quickly and helped her. "It's like this, Your Excellency. Zhang Chuiyuan's Tianyu never left her. She was still wearing it this morning. In the afternoon, official Wang brought a dress for us to try on. Because it exposed her neck, the palace maid sister asked her to take it off. She kept it in the room and forgot to wear it. We walked in the garden in the afternoon and when we came back, the Tianyu was gone." Cui Yun didn't point out that Yushu did it, but Zhang Chuiyuan immediately found her confidence. She said to Shuirui confidently, "In the afternoon, only Yu Xuanzi stayed in the backyard alone. We all went out. I'm sure that she entered my room and stole my Tianyu. On the first day when we lived in Huazhen Garden, she asked me about it and borrowed my Tianyu. She must have been greedy at that time." In the afternoon, when official Wang took us to learn how to walk, she saw the tianyu above my neck and stole it when I was not in the room. Yu Shu said bluntly, "Are you kidding me? Why would I stare at your neck? I'm not interested in women." Puff. A muffled laugh sounded at the wrong time. Everyone turned around. Feng Jun covered his mouth awkwardly and lowered his head. Zhan Shuyuan's face turned red and white. She clenched her fists and was about to argue with Yu Shu, but she was interrupted. "Take me to your room." Shui Rui stood up and gestured for Zhan Shuyuan to go out. When they reached the door, he took the lantern from Xiaoji's hand and the others followed him. Zhan Shuyuan's room was next to Yu Shu's. It was in the middle of the 3 rooms in the backyard. The door was not closed, so Shui Rui pushed it open. He raised the lantern to illuminate the room. The room was a little messy. It could be seen that the owner had lost something and was anxiously searching for it. Shui Rui asked them to stay outside the door and walked around alone. After a while, he came out and lit the candles in the room. He walked to the door with the lantern, looked down at the feet of everyone, and led them back to Yu Shu's room. He also walked around the room and came out again. He asked Zhan Shuyuan, "After you took off the tianyu, where did you put it?" "I put it under the pillow." "Are you sure? Did you remember wrongly?" Zhan Shuyuan pulled Cui Yun anxiously and said, "I can't remember wrongly." Yun Yun also saw it. "You can ask her if you don't believe me." Shui Rui nodded and turned his dark eyes to Cui Yun. "Did you see it?" Cui Yun was stunned by his stare. She pursed her lips and said, "Yes." "All right, then take it out." Shui Rui spoke with a calm expression. "Ah." Cui Yun was stunned. Not only her, but everyone present was stunned when they heard Shui Rui's words. Yu Shu was the first to react. She looked at Shui Rui and then at Cui Yun. She suddenly sneered and said, "It turns out that you are trying to frame me." Cui Yun hurriedly refuted with a pale face, "What are you talking about? Are you suspecting that I stole Shui Yuan's tianyu? How is that possible? It's not me. I have been with her all the time. How could I have the chance to sneak into her room?" Zhan Shuyuan also didn't believe it. He angrily said to Shui Rui, "Why do you like to wrongly accuse people? You did the same thing at the observatory. You casually said that academician Jing killed someone, and now you are wrongly accusing Yun Yun. What kind of official are you? You are not fair at all. Don't say anything. I'm sure it's not her. It's Yu Shu. If you don't believe me, let me go and search." When she heard this, Shui Rui hadn't said anything, yet Yu Shu was the first to become displeased. She could tolerate these idiots slandering her, yet she couldn't bear to hear anyone speak ill of Shui Rui. So she turned around and glared at Zhan Shuyuan before she narrowed her eyes and said, Chapter 461. 1 minute. If I can prove that I didn't steal it, then you'll let me slap you 10 times. Anyone who was wrongly accused as a thief would not be happy. Zhan Shuyuan kept pestering endlessly, which made Yu Shu impatient. If it were any other time, she would definitely teach her a lesson. However, the overall situation was more important, so she asked someone to find Shui Rui to solve the problem. Who knew that Zhan Shuyuan, who had lost the Heaven Jade, would bite people like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on? She even blamed Shui Rui. Yu Shu lost her patience and made up her mind to make Zhan Shuyuan bear the consequences. Zhan Shuyuan had a strong temper. Under Yu Shu's provocative gaze, she pushed away Cui Yun, who was trying to dissuade her in a low voice. She gritted her teeth and actually challenged Yu Shu. "If you want to prove that you stole it, do you dare to kneel down and apologize to me?" Shui Rui frowned and his face darkened. Before he could say anything, he heard Yu Shu agree readily, "Why not? We'll do it. Then she said to everyone present, you all heard it. Be my witness. Miss Jean personally promised me to slap her. Jean Shuyuan trembled with anger. In her opinion, Yu Shu, who was very interested in her heaven jade on the first day she moved into Huajian Garden, must have been greedy, so she took the opportunity to steal her treasure. Otherwise, why would Yu Shu stop people from searching her room? She must have thought that she didn't dare to make a big deal out of the ancestral worship ceremony, so she wanted to hide for a while and take the heaven jade for herself. If she had tolerated it, maybe Yu Shu would hide her heaven jade somewhere else, and it would be difficult to find it again. As a direct descendant of the Zhan family, the heaven jade was no different from a lifeblood to Zhan Shuyuan. Without the heaven jade, it was impossible for the family to give her a second piece. Without the heaven jade Feng Shui Sutra, half of her life would be ruined. Knowing the pros and cons, how could she not be anxious and terrified? Regardless of how big of a commotion she made, she had to get the heaven jade back. All right, if you want to prove that you didn't steal it, then let me search your room and body right now. Yu Shu sneered and said, I said I wanted to prove that I didn't steal your stupid stone, but I didn't agree to let you search me. What, you want to deny it? Clear Snow said anxiously. Who's going to deny it? I'm still waiting to slap your face, Yu Shu teased. She pointed at Shui Rui, who was standing behind the door, as if it was a matter of course. With the junior minister of the Supreme Court, Lord Shui, here, I'll let him make the decision. I think he will definitely give a convincing answer as to who is right and who is wrong between you and me. With these words, she threw the ball to Shui Rui. Not mentioning what others thought, Shui Rui, who had just been a bit angry, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Yu Shu's cunning eyes, listening to her words that were filled with trust, his heart itched, and he really wanted to grab her in his hands and rub it. Yu Shu's actions had to be said to have won his heart. He liked her stubbornness, but as a man, he hoped that the woman he admired would be able to trust him. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't waste Yu Shu's trust. Shui Rui turned to look at Zhan Shuyuan, who had an unconvinced expression, and reprimanded coldly, I am the judge of the Supreme Court. With the official seal, I have the right to interrogate officials and scholars below the 6th rank and 5th rank. I can act first and report later. What rank are you? How dare you question me? Shui Rui was young and successful. He was born in a family of generals and ministers. He worked in the Supreme Court and received orders from the emperor. All he saw were murder cases and capital punishment. His official prestige was much stronger than those civil officials who had been officials for many years. If he really put on airs, all the people present, including Lord Wang of the Ministry of Rights, were not enough. Being stared at by him, Zhan Shuyuan panicked. He lowered his head and said with grievance, even if you are an official of the imperial court, you can't fabricate facts and be biased. You don't need to say it. I will judge it myself. Lord Wang coughed slightly and came out to smooth things over. Lord Shui, let's find out the truth as soon as possible, so as not to disturb the superiors. Shui Rui nodded and exchanged glances with Yu Shu. Seeing her secretly winking at him, he revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, he put on a serious face again. His gaze swept over the others and finally fell on Wen Xiaohan. He asked a seemingly unimportant question, did the 6 of you walk in the garden in the afternoon? Wen Xiaohan saw Shui Rui looking at him. He hesitated for a moment before answering, yes, Lord Wang asked us to change into formal attire and practice our gait in the garden. Shui Rui asked Lord Wang again, did you pass by the South Garden? To avoid disturbing the nobles, Huajian Garden usually did not allow people to enter freely, especially the North and South Gardens. Lord Wang hurriedly explained, yes, we did pass by the South Garden, but I did not bring them in randomly. Instead, we walked by the Treading Swallow Bridge. Yes, I was in the pavilion in the garden at the time and saw you, Shui Rui said casually, there is a newly dug flower pond under the treading swallow bridge. Because it is filled with water, it is not easy to walk, right? Lord Wang continued, yes, we could not go around it. I could only have them carry their clothes, but they still stepped in a lot of mud. Hearing this, Shui Rui smiled and lowered the lantern in his hand. Pointing at their feet, he said, then let's look at your shoes. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at their shoes, then at the people beside them. 7 people, 7 pairs of feet, all somewhat dirty. Not a single person's shoes were clean. There was nothing special. What does Lord Shui mean by this? Lord Wang asked in puzzlement. Shui Rui did not say anything. He brought them back to the door of Zhang Shuiyuan's room and pushed open the door that he had previously closed. The candles in the room were bright. It was not as clear as it was during the day, but it did not obstruct people's vision. Before they could see anything, Shui Rui had already pointed it out. Look at the floor, aren't there some dirty and messy footprints? She was not the only one who had entered Zhang Shuiyuan's room. In addition, she had tossed Tianyu and searched everywhere, so it was not strange for there to be some footprints on the wooden floor. However, there were a few sets of footprints that were stained with some brownish-yellow mud. They were different from the blurry footprints at the side and were especially obvious. Holding the lantern, Shui Rui looked at their expressions and said slowly, there were some clouds in the afternoon and the sun did not come out. You walked over Swallow Trampling Bridge and returned here not far. The mud on your shoes was not dry, so when you stepped on the wooden floor of the room, you left marks. I heard from you Swansea that not long after Miss Shan and Miss Chui returned, they invited her to tour the garden together. She rejected them and then she took a nap in her room. It was only 2 or 3/4 of an hour before Miss Shan and Miss Chui came back and found that Tianyu was missing, so they complained to you Swansea. Am I right? The few of them nodded in agreement. When Xiao then pondered for a moment and said, I don't know when Miss Shan and Miss Chui went out, but I saw them coming back from outside. The 6 of us came back from outside at 5:15 in the evening, but the 2 of them came back at 5:30 in the evening. When Xiao An's words confirmed Shui Rui's words. Zhang Shuyuan and Cui Yun went out alone and came back not long after. Hearing this, Yu Shu already understood. Looking at the footprints in the room, she couldn't help but show a trace of mockery on her face. And Shui Rui didn't ask any more questions. He said to Zhang Shuyuan in a low voice, you said that you put Tianyu under your pillow after you changed into your gown and forgot to put it on after you followed Lord Wang to the garden. During this period, Yu Swansea was with you and didn't have a chance to enter your room. Everyone can testify that, unless she knows how to clone herself. This is nonsense. So if she stole your things, it must be when the 2 of you left the backyard alone. It was a short period of time. The mud on your shoes hasn't dried yet. Whoever entered your room must have left footprints on the ground. But go in and take a look yourself. Are there only 2 people's footprints on the ground? Other than you and Miss Chui, there's no third person. Shui Rui's sharp eyes stared straight at Cui Yun. The latter was stunned and then said nervously, I did enter Shui Yuan's room, but I was with her the whole time. After saying that, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhang Shuyuan, but saw the doubt on her face. He immediately smiled bitterly, Shuyuan, why would I take your Tianyu? Without your Zhan family's Tianyu scripture, what use do I have for it? Just as Zhang Shuyuan's expression loosened, he heard Yu Shu say mockingly, you have no use for Tianyu, but what use do I have for it? I already said that thing is just a piece of broken stone to me. The few people outside the door looked at each other, thinking that this was strange. Yu Shu had never entered Zhang Shuyuan's room, and Cui Yun had always been with Zhang Shuyuan. Why did Tianyu disappear? Zhang Shuyuan's face tensed up, and he glared at Yu Shu angrily. Ignoring everyone, he walked into the room alone, took the lamp on the table, and checked inside and out. When he came out, he still stared at Yu Shu, and said to Shui Rui, "I can't agree with what Sir said. It's hard to guarantee that someone wouldn't change into a clean pair of shoes and come to my room. That way, no one would know." After Shui Rui's analysis, she had calmed down quite a bit, and could finally use her brain. Cui Yun hurriedly added, "That's right, she must have changed her shoes before coming here." This time, Lord Wang and the others shifted their suspicious gazes to Yu Shu's face. At this moment, they heard Shui Rui ask, "Shu, how many pairs of shoes are there in your room?" Yu Shu crossed her arms. She finally knew why Shui Rui went to her room after looking at Zhang Chuyuan's room. There was a hint of amusement hidden in her eyes as she cooperated with him and said, "Excluding the pair of shoes on my feet, there is only the pair of boots given to me in today's formal dress." Shui Rui said to everyone, "Follow me." The 7 people, including Lord Wang, followed Shui Rui to Yu Shu's room. After entering the door, they followed behind Shui Rui and entered the bedroom. They saw him open the wardrobe next to the bed, revealing the lattice inside. On the bottom layer, there was a pair of light boots. Shui Rui took out the pair of boots, did not explain anything, just handed it to everyone, and lifted the soles. There was not a speck of dust on it. Chapter 462. The second watch arrived. Then it could also be that she took off her shoes and went in barefoot. Cui Yun did not give up and tried to push this matter onto Yu Shu, but her eyes revealed some panic. Zhang Chuyuan felt depressed. Looking at Cui Yun, her emotions were extremely complicated. On one hand, she hoped that Yu Shu had stolen her Tianyu, but on the other hand, she was afraid that she had wrongly accused the wrong person and let the real thief steal her treasure. "Then do you want me to take off my shoes for you to see if my feet are clean?" Yu Shu said mockingly. This caused Shui Rui to look at her disapprovingly. With him here, who would dare to ask her to take off her shoes, who would dare to look? There's no need for such superfluous actions. Shui Rui moved his gaze onto Cui Yun and said coldly, "There's no need for you to quibble. According to my deductions, you ought to have been planning something when young Miss Zhang placed her heaven jade beneath her pillow. At that time, you seized the opportunity when she was unprepared to take it away from her right before her eyes, then you went out with her and left Yu Swansea alone in the rear courtyard to push the matter onto her." "Darren, don't wrongly accuse me." Cui Yun was so anxious that her face turned red. "According to what you said, then why should I drag Shui Yuan to visit the garden with Yu Swansea?" "Because you knew that I wouldn't go with you," Yu Shu said. "That's not me." Cui Yun stomped her feet hard under everyone's questioning gaze and said angrily, "If you don't believe me, you can search my room. Otherwise, let Shui Yuan search my body. If he can find Tianyu, I will kill myself here." Yun, you. Zhang Chuyuan had already suspected Cui Yun, but seeing her so confident, he could not make up his mind. "Shui Yuan, it really wasn't me." Cui Yun grabbed Zhang Chuyuan's hand and was so anxious that she was about to cry. This was Huazhen Garden, and she was a student that had been chosen to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony. If she was convicted of theft, with so many pairs of eyes watching, it would not be easy. Not to mention how she would be dealt with after the ancestral worship ceremony. If this matter were to spread, her reputation would be ruined. It would be a problem whether she could continue to stay in the Taisher library. Zhang Chuyuan couldn't bear to do it, but for the sake of her family jewels, she couldn't let the thief off. Thus, she lowered her head and said in a muffled voice, "Then let me search." Cui Yun's shoulders trembled, and she finally let go of her hand. She said indignantly, Okay, then you guys search. That's not necessary. You won't be able to find anything from her." Shui Rui said coldly. Under the puzzled gaze of the others, he put his left hand into his sleeve, took it out and handed it to Zhang Chuyuan. "Is this Tianyu?" On his palm, there was an oval green stone with 8 claws and a fine silk thread tied to it. It was the heaven jade that Yu Shu had seen on Zhang Shuyuan's neck a few days ago. My heaven jade. Zhang Shuyuan let out a sharp cry of pleasant surprise and was about to pounce over to grab it, yet Shui Rui easily dodged to the side and turned to say to her. This rock was fished out from the shallow waters of the lake when the 13th princess was playing in the garden in the afternoon. According to my knowledge, Yu Swansea hasn't gone to the lake. Young Miss Zhang, can you tell me who threw it there? Zhang Shuyuan's body shook, and she slowly turned her head to look at Cui Yun, whose face was red. Her chest rose and fell, and she gritted her teeth and growled, so it was really you. Although the few people present didn't have brains, they weren't fools. When they heard this, they could already distinguish between right and wrong. Oh, Yu Shu dragged her voice and walked to Shui Rui's side. She turned her head to look at Zhang Shuyuan and Cui Yun, and said with a fake smile, now I understand. Miss Chui's move is really brilliant. First, you stole Zhang Shuyuan's heaven jade under her eyes, and then went in and out with her, looking for an opportunity to throw it away. In this way, you can frame me, and also not arouse suspicion. Even if you are investigated, there is no real evidence. But the bad thing is that you are unlucky to have met the wise and powerful Lord Shui. This little trick can't hide from Lord Shui's discerning eyes. When Shui Rui heard her last sentence of praise, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He turned his body and put his hands behind his back. From the view of others, he held a few of her fingers and held them gently, not saying a word. Even if the 13th princess didn't find this stone and hand it over to him to find its owner, he would still think of a way to protect Yu Shu's reputation. What Yu Shu said just now was what everyone present was thinking. It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. At this point, Cui Yun still wanted to quibble, but she didn't have the confidence. Her words and actions were powerless, and she couldn't be trusted. Lord Wang said angrily, Cui Yun, you still won't admit it. Do you really want this official to report this matter to the Great Tipping Point and punish you right now? Other than Yu Shu, Lord Wang should be the most furious person present when such a shady matter happened in Huazhen Garden. It should be known that before the end of the ceremony, these 6 people were temporarily under his control. If anything went wrong, he would also have to bear a part of the blame. Cui Yun was stared at by several pairs of fierce eyes, especially under Zhang Shuyuan's murderous gaze. Cui Yun was glared at by several pairs of eyes, especially by Zhang Shuyuan, who looked like he was going to devour her. Cui Yun could not bear the pressure. She knew that the evidence was irrefutable. If she continued to quibble, the situation would only worsen. So she shrunk her shoulders and cried, I didn't do it on purpose. At first, I just wanted to play a joke on Shu Yuan, so I took her heaven jade. Who knew that when I was walking by the lake, I accidentally lost it. I was afraid that she would cut off all ties with me, so I hid it from her. Seeing that she was suspicious of Yu Swansea, I took advantage of the situation. I didn't do it on purpose. As she spoke, she actually knelt in front of Zhang Shuyuan in front of everyone, grabbed the hem of her clothes, and begged. Such a change was unexpected. The original theft and framing was instantly twisted into a joke by her, but she cried so miserably that no one could tell whether it was real or fake. As long as Zhang Shuyuan, the owner of the lost heaven jade, did not pursue the matter, it would not be difficult for her. Yu Shu narrowed her eyes, and a cold light flashed across them. She thought to herself, I misjudged. This seemingly inconspicuous Cui Yun is not someone who is easy to deal with. Zhang Shuyuan was not a person with a heart of stone. Previously, he was angry because of the loss of heaven jade, and also because he found out that Cui Yun had used and betrayed him. But now that heaven jade was found, looking at Cui Yun's pitiful face, and thinking of the days since she came to the capital, the two of them could not help but soften. Shui Yuan, it's all my fault. I beg you, don't blame me. I didn't steal your heaven jade. I didn't do it on purpose. Can you forgive me? I don't want to be treated as a thief, I beg you. Zhan Shuiyuan turned his head, clenched his fists, and said in a low voice, don't cry, I won't pursue this matter. Shuiyuan, Cui Yun raised her head, and was about to rejoice when she heard a sneer behind her, if you don't pursue this matter, I won't let you go. Zhan Shuiyuan looked at Yu Shu blankly, and suddenly remembered their previous agreement about the 10 slaps. You Swansea, it's all my fault. I'm willing to take your slaps on behalf of Shuiyuan. Cui Yun's brain was fast enough. She took the blame, and Zhan Shuiyuan's original anger towards her was immediately reduced by half. However, Yu Shu was schemed against and almost suffered a great loss. Would she let the two of them go so easily? Zhan Shuiyuan, Yu Shu simply called his name at this moment, and pointed at Cui Yun who was kneeling on the ground shamelessly. Do you really want her to take the slaps on behalf of you? Zhan Shuiyuan's expression struggled for a moment, and then nodded his head lightly, as a tacit agreement. All right, I'm not unreasonable. Since both of you are willing, then these 10 slaps, you can split it equally, each of you can take 5 slaps. Yu Shu waved her hand, pretending to be generous. Zhan Shuiyuan and Cui Yun's expression twisted at the same time, and wanted to say something to resist, but they did not know where to start. After all, they were the ones in the wrong, and with Shui Rui by the side, they could not deny it even if they said it to the end of the world. If you want to hit, then hit, don't talk so much nonsense. Although Zhan Shuiyuan knew that he had wronged Yu Shu, but he did not change his hatred towards Yu Shu, and because of this, he hated her even more. Yu Shu curled her lips and smiled, there's no hurry, we still have to attend the ceremony tomorrow. My hand is strong, and if I slap your face is swollen, how are you going to meet people tomorrow? Just owe it first, and we'll talk about it when we return to the capital. She loved to slap people's faces in public, and there were only a few people here, how could it be enough? If she wanted to slap their faces, she would have to find a good day. Zhan Shuiyuan and Cui Yun's hearts trembled, and after thinking about it, they understood that Yu Shu wanted to leave it for the future to humiliate them in public. Yu Shu saw the worry on their faces, and the gloominess in her heart dissipated. She quietly squeezed Shui Rui's warm palm, and in the next moment, she heard Shui Rui say, the situation is urgent, this official will not report this matter for the time being, but you have disturbed Huajian Garden, and this matter cannot be tolerated. After the ceremony, Official Wang and I will report the matter to the head supervisor, and ask him to make a decision. Cui Yun's face turned pale, she did not expect that after she escaped one calamity, there would be another one. This time, Zhan Shuiyuan did not speak up for her, and she could not even protect herself, so why would she care about these two people? They deserved their bad luck. She did not know what the relationship between Shui Rui and Yu Shu was, but based on their malicious slander of Yu Shu, how could Shui Rui let them go so easily? Official Wang, you stay and teach them, so that they do not cause trouble tonight. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. Shui Rui let go of Yu Shu's hand, and gave the sky jade to Official Wang, and slowly walked out of the door. When he was at the door, he stopped and turned his head slightly. It seemed like he did it unintentionally, but it was noticed by those who were observant. Yu Shu secretly laughed, and said to Official Wang, I will send off Official Shui. Okay, you go first. Official Wang was grateful to Shui Rui for helping him solve a problem, so he was happy to have someone pay attention to him. Thus, Yu Shu followed Shui Rui's footsteps, and the two of them walked out of the courtyard one after the other. Little Jizi carried a lantern and followed them. They left behind a group of people who were destined to have a sleepless night. The night was dark, and the shadows of the buildings by the lake gradually faded. Eunuch Chiu stood outside a curtain with his back bowed, reporting in a low voice what had happened in the southwest side courtyard in the evening to his master. After a while, He heard a comment from behind the curtain, according to what you said, that Yu Swansea is not a good-natured person. Eunuch Chiu listened carefully, trying to figure out Imperial concubine Shue's tone. It did not sound like she was displeased, so he carefully said, "Fortunately, she has a temper, and managed to control those unruly people. Otherwise, we would not know the outcome of tonight's matter." Ha! Eunuch Chiu heard this chuckle, and immediately knew that he had not misunderstood. Chapter 463. Shui Rui didn't let Yu Shu send him too far away. They walked out of the side courtyard and walked on a small path, talking about the farce just now. Those two female students were targeting you. One of them deliberately set a trap for you to jump into. What's going on? Shui Rui asked curiously. He saw through tonight's incident clearly. The one surnamed Jean was just a fool, and the one surnamed Shui was the instigator. He just didn't know why she took so much effort to smear Yu Shu's name. It was a little strange. Yu Shu understood Shui Rui's meaning. She frowned and said, "I'm also puzzled. Logically speaking, I've only known them for a few days. If there's any conflict before, it's when you went to the observatory to investigate the case. But Cui Yin wasn't there at that time, and I don't remember when I had a conflict with her. If it's because Lord Wang asked me to hold the 8 trigrams artifact, and they were unwilling, then they shouldn't have chosen this critical moment to commit a crime. Before the ancestral worshipping ceremony, the 6 of us will suffer together. No matter how I look at it, Cui Yin doesn't seem like a brainless person. From the day she moved into Huajian Garden, Zhanshu Yuan and Cui Yun had been making things difficult for her. Yu Shu took care of the situation and endured for a while. She didn't have a direct confrontation with them. They wanted to change rooms, so she changed rooms. At the beginning, she also let them choose the artifact first. If it wasn't for the fact that they were going to make a big deal out of this matter tonight, she wouldn't have turned hostile at all. Shui Rui said, "Fortunately, you came to find me in time. Otherwise, things wouldn't get out of hand. No matter what, you have to be careful. Don't make any mistakes during tomorrow's ceremony." Yu Shu smiled bitterly. "Before I came, I knew that I would be attacked by villains. But this kind of thing is hard to guard against. Look at me, I was lying in my room and sleeping, but I was still framed. Fortunately, you came. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to clean up. Being a master of disguise has its own depression. You only know one thing but don't know the other, so it's hard to be comprehensive." Shui Rui turned his head. Under the moonlight, a pair of bright peach blossom eyes looked at her with a smile. "You did well tonight." Yu Shu's heart skipped a beat at his smile. She asked in confusion, "Really? What's so good about it?" Shui Rui raised his arm, ignoring the fact that there was a little spy following behind him. He wrapped his arm around Yu Shu's bony shoulder and gently pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and said gently, "It's okay. Lean on me more." Yu Shu couldn't resist his blatant intimacy and her face heated up. She lightly coughed and put her hand on his chest, but she couldn't bear to push him away. Amidst the chirping of cicadas and the cool summer night, the two of them quietly stayed like this for a while before Shui Rui regretfully let go of her and said, "Go back and rest early. Tomorrow won't be easy. And you should sleep early too." As soon as Yu Shu left his embrace, she had a tiny bit of reluctance. She turned her head to look at the young eunuch who was looking around nearby. When she saw that he wasn't staring at her, she stood on her tiptoes and swiftly kissed Shui Rui's cheek. Without waiting for him to react, she retreated, turned around, and swaggered off. Shui Rui was stunned. He touched his face and looked at her leaving figure. His lips gradually curled up. The 9th day of the 5th month was the death anniversary of the Duan dynasty's founding ruler, Emperor Anwu. It was the Saint Ancestor Worship Day. The imperial tomb-raising ceremony was held to worship the ancestors and heaven to pray for the prosperity of the future. Before dawn, Huajian Garden became busy inside and outside. In a corner of the West Garden, the 6 people from LoveLore Library had finished bathing early and changed into ceremonial robes. Under the guidance of Wang Darren of the Ministry of Rites, they went to the imperial tomb. Along the way, the atmosphere in the carriage was very heavy. Due to the effects of last night's incident, Zhan Shuiyuan and Cui Yun did not sleep well. Their faces were painted and barely covered the bruises under their eyes, but they couldn't hide their listlessness. The two still sat next to each other, but they weren't as close as when they came. Yu Shu, on the other hand, had a good sleep because of Shui Rui. She crossed her arms and leaned against the carriage with her eyes closed, enjoying the peace and quiet. After about 3 to 5 miles, the carriage stopped. Hearing Wang Darren's voice, Yu Shu, who was sitting by the door, was the first to jump off the carriage. The imperial tomb was built at the foot of Qi Mountain. The east and west were connected by the sun, the north by the dense forest, and the south by the flowing river. The carriage stopped at the edge of the grayish-blue city wall. Looking up, there were 81 steps of jade platform. It was grand and magnificent. The scarlet carpet stretched all the way to the north. The mountain breeze blew, and the east was green and white. Yu Shu squinted her eyes to feel the feng shui of the land of Crouching Dragon. It was very amazing. Wait here for a moment, I'll go get the weapons. Wang Darren reminded them, then he greeted the mausoleum guards in front of him and walked away. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Wang Darren returned. He was accompanied by another ceremonial officer and a small group of mausoleum guards. Each of them was holding a small wooden box. Yu Shu knew that the boxes contained martial emperor true weapons, so she focused her attention on the boxes. She saw the other ceremonial officer open the box and take out the weapons one by one. He handed them to Wang Darren, then passed them to the 6 of them. Yu Shu's eyes lit up when she saw these heavy bronze artifacts that glowed with a faint red light. Even though she didn't have any spiritual roots or spiritual energy, she could feel that they were extraordinary. Apart from the shape, they were similar to the fake artifacts that Lord Wang had given them before. Only their weight was comparable. She felt an indescribable heaviness as soon as she held the bagua plate in her hand. When the cold bronze object came into contact with her palm, she couldn't help but shiver. A faint trace of fear rose in her heart. She turned around to look at the other 5 people. They all had strange expressions on their faces. It seemed that she wasn't the only one who was affected. Lord Darren was not surprised at all. He led the 6 of them to the ceremonial officer who had come with him and warned them sternly, "Follow Lord Ning into the mausoleum for now. Hold the weapons in your hands well. Don't drop them." After that, he glared at Cui Yun and Zhan Shuiyuan with a hint of warning, then hurried to the east with the mausoleum guards. Lord Ning was 2 or 3 years older than Lord Wang. He looked rigid. After examining the people in front of him, he meticulously led them to the high platform. While giving instructions, he kept a close eye on their steps, as if he was afraid that they would drop the weapons in their hands. To be honest, the 81 steps were not difficult, but it was different when they were holding the bronze pieces that weighed 7 or 8 kilograms. Even Yu Shu was slightly out of breath after climbing to the top of the platform without stopping, let alone the weak Zhan Shuiyuan and Cui Yun. The 2 of them were at the back. Under Lord Ning's dissatisfied gaze, they gritted their teeth and climbed up. "When the ceremony begins, you will wait here until His Majesty ascends the platform. You will do this," Lord Ning carefully explained the process of following the emperor. He told them that there would be a ceremonial boy leading the way, and they only needed to remember to follow the ceremonial boy closely. The 6 of them formed 2 columns. Yu Shu and Wen Shao and were arranged to walk on the east and west sides of the imperial carriage. They held the 8 trigrams treasured sword in front. As long as the 2 of them did not make any mistakes, the 4 people behind them would be able to keep their eyes open. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose. Yu Shu and the others were led by Lord Ning to walk a few times on the Mausoleum Avenue. They were familiar with the route, but they were also very tired. There was a large underground palace under the Imperial Mausoleum, but the top was like an ordinary garden. The scenery was pleasant, and every entrance was guarded by light-armored mausoleum guards with long spears in their hands. The security was tight. The altar was placed on top of the heavenly altar, and white banners were fluttering around it. More than 10 Taoists in blue robes wandered around the heavenly altar, waving their banners. Their expressions were solemn, and no one knew what they were doing. Yu Shu looked at them curiously, but when she heard Lord Ning cough, she hurriedly lowered her head to look at the road. When it was almost time, Lord Ning led them back to the starting point of the high platform. He asked them to temporarily put the objects in their hands on a piece of white cloth and rest for a while. Yu Shu rubbed her arms and looked down from the steps. She saw that outside the Imperial Mausoleum, which was deserted in the morning, there were now carriages and horses parked outside. There were shadows of people, and the sound of horns came intermittently from the distance. At the bottom of the heavenly altar, there was another world. There was a secret room 30 feet above their heads, and there were thousands of holes in the air. Beams of sunlight shone down, and the zigzagging walls were faintly discernible, flashing and disappearing, bursting with colorful splendor. Unexpectedly, there were countless jade stones inlaid on the walls. At the end of a moss-mottled stone tablet, there was a deep and bottomless pool of water. 2 figures were sitting beside the pool. The faint sound of a horn came from above. Jing Chen was sitting cross-legged, dressed in a long white Daoist robe. His black hair, like dark clouds, draped over his shoulders, reaching the ground. His elegant face was illuminated by the pond water, flickering between bright and dark. Zhu Muzhao was standing beside him. When he heard the sound of the horn, he said, "In another hour, the Emperor will open the altar, and with the help of the upstanding Qi of the Imperial Mausoleum, he will execute the 7 killers. Once the water of the underworld moves, you will see the people who have killed their lives." Hearing this, Jing Chen's face did not change at all. He had been meditating for days, and his mind was clear. At this moment, there was no distracting thought in his mind, and all his emotions were in the void. At 1:15 noon, 500 Imperial guards lined the road and personally arrived outside the Imperial Mausoleum. The current emperor, his concubines, children, grandchildren, relatives, and important ministers of the imperial court, a group of dozens of people climbed the high platform in a burst of music and the ceremonial officers sang. Yu Shu saw the approaching crowd from a distance. A touch of bright yellow entered her eyes. She swallowed nervously and held the bronze vessel in her hand firmly. She was not as calm as she was an hour ago, and her heart was crazy with excitement. In the past more than 20 years, she never thought that one day she could see the ancient emperor with her own eyes. He was not an actor, but a real emperor. It was a hot summer day, so it didn't take long for Yu Shu, who was wearing a heavy dress, to have a layer of sweat on her forehead. However, she didn't dare to raise her hand to wipe it off. When the imperial carriage passed in front of her, she lowered her head and followed behind it. After walking a dozen or so steps, Yu Shu felt eyes sweeping over her body one after another. She knew that it was a noble looking at her, so her gait became even more steady. Carrying an artifact was tiring work, but it was indeed a good job. To be able to become familiar with the eyes of a large number of nobles and accompany the monarch, this was an opportunity that some people couldn't ask for in their entire lives. Along the way, people burned incense and worshipped in silence. When they walked to the bottom of the altar, Yu Shu felt that her whole back was wet with sweat. Thanks to the 3 layers of unlined clothes inside, she did not lose her manners. Chapter 464. A drop of sweat rolled down the tip of Yushu's nose. She blinked her eyes and slightly raised her eyes to peek at the Dawn Emperor who was kowtowing to the sky on the Temple of Heaven. She muttered in her heart, "Why is it not over yet?" The ceremonial officers' high-pitched singing did not stop, one after another. Yushu was a little upset listening to it. It was as if a bee had drilled into her head and kept buzzing. The blue-robed Taoists were scattered around the 9 cauldrons around the Temple of Heaven. They ignited a large number of incense sticks with talismans one by one. The white smoke soon filled everyone's eyes. Suddenly, a gust of east wind blew and hot air blew against her face. Yushu almost sneezed because of the smell of incense, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. In the blink of an eye, the sun in the sky was suddenly covered by clouds, and the sky suddenly became gloomy, as if a storm was coming. Yushu was secretly puzzled. According to her calculations the day before, there should not be rain today. Just as she was thinking, there was a sudden explosion of thunder in her ears. Rumble! In the crowd, there was a woman's exclamation, and the scene began to become noisy. Shui Rui, who was among several civil officials, looked up at the layers of dark clouds in the sky. He did not know why his mood was a little depressed, and he had a bad premonition. Yushu was also frightened by the sound of thunder. She couldn't help but raise her head to look. She saw that between the mountains in the distance, there were silver bolts of lightning in the shape of a snake. It was extremely shocking. At the bottom of the Temple of Heaven, the whistling wind filled the cave. Outside, there was thunder and lightning, and the thousands of holes on the top wall gradually darkened. Jing Chen stared motionlessly at a quiet pool in front of him. Zhu Muzhao stood beside him with a dignified expression. From time to time, he looked up and clenched his fists behind his back. Rumble! All of a sudden, ripples appeared in the tranquil pool, one after another, as if there was an invisible hand stirring the water. The turbid water slowly became clear, and it was extremely strange. Jing Chen's steady heartbeat intensified as the ripples in front of his eyes intensified. His eyes became a little confused. As his mind swayed, he heard a series of secret words in his ears. The Great Way is invisible, but it gives birth to heaven and earth. The Great Way is emotionless, but it runs the sun and the moon. The Great Way is nameless, but it nourishes all things. Jing Chen's mind was blank, as if his soul had left his body. Everything in his mind was empty, except for the bright ripples in front of him, circle after circle. A blurry figure floated out of the water. Zhu Muzhao recited the Taoist heart-cleansing incantation in a low voice while watching Jing Chen's face. His expression changed slightly when he saw Jing Chen's face reflected by the water. With a light gasp, Jing Chen snapped out of his daze and closed his eyes. In an instant, the ripples in the pond dimmed and calmed down. Zhu Muzhao held his sweaty palms and patiently waited for him to calm down before asking in a deep voice, "How is it? Did you see it?" Jing Chen was silent for a long time. He opened his eyes and looked at the pond. He stretched out his hand and touched the calm surface of the water. But other than the coldness and moisture from his fingertips, it was like ordinary water. What he saw with his own eyes was just an illusion. "I saw it." Zhu Muzhao's eyes lit up with joy. "Is it a man or a woman? Have you seen it?" "Uncle, can you first tell me how to solve my fate after I find the person who broke my fate?" Before today, Jing Chen had asked the same question more than once. Every time, Zhu Muzhao simply said, "It's not the right time." Before Jing Chen left the mountain, the sect leader and his master did not explain much about this. So, in order to solve fate, he could only listen to the arrangements of the celestial commissioner, Zhu Muzhao. Zhu Muzhao did not answer immediately. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be thinking about something. Jing Chen shook off the water droplets on his hand and stood up. He turned his head and looked at Zhu Muzhao, saying, "You don't have to hide it. I already know that I am the great in calamity. I carry the fate of our dynasty for 100 years. Great fate brings disaster. If I can't find the person who broke my fate, not only will the elders of the sect be implicated, the world will also be in turmoil. Now that I know who the person is, why don't you tell me honestly how to break my fate?" Zhu Muzhao was slightly stunned. He immediately lowered his chin and said with a solemn face, "Where did you know all this?" Jing Chen's pair of clear and intelligent eyes were calm. He said, "I cultivated in the mountains and was not a common person. After I left the mountains, I came into contact with the prosperity and decline of the world. I became suspicious. Although my mother was a princess and my father was famous for a time, a person's death is like a lamp going out. His Majesty pitied my life but did not need to go to war. He sent a few enlightened Jinren of Longhu Mountain to extend the life of an orphan like me. I think there must be a hidden reason. Cultivators follow the will of heaven. Why would the sect sacrifice themselves to save the life of an orphan like me and change my fate? If I guessed correctly, there must be some kind of agreement between the imperial family of Duan and the righteous sect. That is commonly known as the price." Later on, my Shimi Shueyin came to the capital. She said that it was to face the calamity and enter the world. But I realized that she was ordered by her teacher to monitor me. After I probed her several times, she told me the inside story of the Duan calamity. I then confirmed that it was not only me who wanted to find the person who broke my fate, the imperial family of Duan also wanted to find the person. Listening to this confession, Zhu Muzhao's palms moved. He looked at Jing Chen's face, which was similar to the person in his memory. In a trance, he seemed to see that calm man again. He said softly, "You are the same as your father. You look muddle-headed but your heart is clearer than anyone else." Jing Chen's eyes darkened, and a hint of bitterness appeared between his brows. His parents had passed away when he was young, and he had been raised by his sect. Ever since he was sensible, he had been surrounded by all kinds of strange gazes. The loneliness and unwillingness of his youth had all been covered up by the heavy kindness he had received. He could not feel sorrow, be happy, be sad, or be angry. He had always remembered his fate. But in the end, the elders who raised him valued his identity more. His uncle who loved him was for the country's fate. Even his father who died for his mother may not care about his life and death. In the short 19 years of life, there was only a short period of time that could be called happy, and only in that short period of time, there was someone who treated him sincerely. Xiaoyu. That day, in order to force him to cut off his feelings, his junior sister did not hesitate to tell him the truth about the great calamity, and made him choose. She saw through his mind and wanted him to cut off that infatuation. So he made up his mind and cut off all ties with her. He used those high-sounding reasons to cover up his true fear. He was the great calamity. If he delayed the country's fate because of a moment of personal feelings, then the emperor would not let her go if he knew the whole story. After that, he chanted the clear heart mantra 100 times every day to stabilize his Taoist heart. Until today, when he saw the life destroyer in the shadow of the Yellow Springs, he dared to indulge himself. Sigh. Zhu Muzhao sighed deeply and put his hand on Jing Chen's shoulder. He said warmly, "You are only half right. The emperor sent you to the righteous path not only because you are the great calamity, but also because you are the child of Princess Liyue. You are of the royal bloodline. You are his nephew." Jing Chen's expression did not change. He looked at him and said, "Then tell me, after I find the life destroyer, how do I solve it?" He did not want to be kept in the dark and be manipulated by others. His every move was arranged by others. Zhu Muzhao sensed his distrust and knew that it was useless to say more. He put his hand on his shoulder and turned to look at the yellow springs. He said expressionlessly, "Actually, it is not difficult. As long as you know who the Life Destroyer is, according to the Book of Mystery Maiden, if the Life Destroyer is a man, you can kill him as a sacrifice to heaven. This can protect the great calamity for 300 years. You also do not have to be trapped by Kidu's star anymore." A cold look flashed in Jing Chen's eyes. What if it is a woman? Zhu Muzhao looked back at him and smiled. If it is a woman, you need to tie the knot with her. As long as you give birth to descendants, the Life Destroyer will break and you will not have to worry. Jing Chen was stunned. His heart skipped 2 beats. His expression was a little strange. He asked, "What is the Book of Mystery Maiden? Can I see it with my own eyes?" Zhu Muzhao took in his expression, shook his head and said, "The Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren is a relic left behind by Empress Ningzhen. There are many secrets recorded in it. Other than the current His Majesty, only the previous imperial astronomer can read it. If you don't believe me, you can think carefully. Why does a troublemaker have to stick to his Taoist heart?" Jing Chen said in a low voice, "My master told me that if I love and hate it will without finding the Life Destroyer, it will lead to natural and man-made disasters." Zhu Muzhao sneered, "That is a lie. They don't want you to fall in love. It has nothing to do with the evil spirit of Kidu's star. In fact, it is to prevent you from not being able to kill the man you meet and not being able to marry the woman you meet after you find the Life Destroyer." Jing Chen's pupils constricted. He looked at Zhu Muzhao in disbelief, trying to distinguish the truth from the lies on his face. The warning that made him careful turned out to be a lie. Zhu Muzhao looked at him with pity and said, "Let me tell you another true story. 100 years ago, there was a troublemaker in our dynasty. He followed the mandate of heaven. Unfortunately, the Life Destroyer he found was his sworn brother. He couldn't bear to go back on his word and almost caused a disaster. What happened in the end? Did he die?" Zhu Muzhao said lightly, "Of course he died. Compared to the country and the people, it was just a human life. He died a worthy death." Jing Chen was silent. After Zhu Muzhao said these words, he asked again, "I have told you everything I can say. Now you can tell me, was the Life Destroyer you saw a man or a woman?" "It was a woman." Zhu Muzhao's expression softened and said, "Fortunately, it was a woman, so it was spared. Have you seen that person before? If you haven't, when you go back, you can draw the person. I will send people to find him, but it will take some effort." "No need. It was someone I know." "Oh." Zhu Muzhao asked curiously, "Who is it? Do I know him?" Chapter 465. The sky suddenly changed during the ancestral worship ceremony. The strange phenomenon of thunder and lightning came and went quickly. A moment ago, there were flashes of lightning and roars of thunder, but in the next moment, there were no flags and drums. The dark clouds dispersed, and before the crowd could react, the sun appeared again. This temporary abnormality did not affect the ceremony. Instead, a gust of wind made people feel cool. The sweat on Yushu's face dried up and she felt a chill on her back. She followed the emperor and was not far from the group of officials and nobles. Thus, when she heard people whispering about the spirit of the sacred ancestor, she felt a little strange. She quietly raised her head and found Shui Rui's figure in the crowd. Her line of sight moved a few times before she met his steady gaze. At that moment, she smiled lightly at him and held up the 8 trigrams bronze artifact in her hand, hinting to him that she could still hold on. Next, the Book of Rites and Prayers were sung. The emperor, who was nearly 50 years old, walked around the Temple of Heaven and performed the rites. Then, he led his officials back. According to official Ning's instructions, Yushu and the others did not need to go back with the emperor. Thus, they stood where they were and respectfully sent the emperor off. As soon as the emperor left, they could not stand it anymore. Zhang Shuyuan and Cui Yun scrambled to put the bronze artifact in their hands on the ground and sat down on the carpet by the roadside to catch their breath. Yushu looked around and saw that the people around her did not have any strange expressions. She tidied up the things that needed to be tidied up and tidied up the things that needed to be tidied up. It seemed that she was used to the delicate behavior of the people holding the bronze artifact. She hugged the bronze artifact and sat down on the ground. Among the 6 people, only Wen Shao and was still holding the heavy bronze artifact and stood there stiffly. "I'm so tired. If I stood for a while longer, I would have fallen down." Sun Jun panted like a fool. He used his wide sleeves to make a fan and fanned his face. Another young man was also so tired that he stuck out his tongue. He looked up at Wen Shao and laughed dryly. "Wen Shao, and why are you still standing? If you don't sit down and rest, you might not even have the strength to go back later." Wen Shao and glanced at him and then turned his head away, making the young man feel awkward. "Hey, get up quickly. How can you just put the cultivation artifact on the ground?" With a low cry, Lord Wang appeared out of nowhere with a few mausoleum guards behind him, carrying boxes. With an unfriendly expression, he urged them to pick up the bronze artifacts and personally inspect them before putting them back into the boxes. "All right, Teacher Xiaoyi, this is the end. There are carriages waiting outside. I will get someone to send you back first." Lord Wang had been worried for many days. Today, he could finally let go. He could not wait to throw the burden away. Lord. Zhang Shuyuan and the others patted their buttocks and left with the others. Yushu lagged a few steps behind. When she turned around and saw Lord Wang still standing there watching them leave, she turned around and walked over to him. She bowed and said, "I have troubled Lord Wang for these few days." After a few days of observation, Yushu felt that the ceremonial officer in front of her was reliable and capable. She didn't know when they would meet again, so it was better to make friends. Lord Wang smiled. "You Swansea, what are you talking about? This is my duty." Yushu put down her hand and said, "I still have to thank Darren for your care. I will be returning to the capital in a few days. I have no other forte, but I do have some skills in seeking fortune-telling. I can boast that I am not any worse than the masters in the Great Exchange Hall. If Darren has any difficulties, you can send a letter to Wang Ji Lu at Demo Street to look for me." Lord Wang's expression changed. He looked at the precocious young girl in front of him and compared her to the pampered young masters from the LoveLore Library. It was not difficult to see that she would have a bright future. His mind also became active, so he nodded and accepted Yushu's good intentions. He extended his hand and took the initiative to send her to the outer circle. Yushu was the last to sit on the carriage back to Huajian Garden. Even though the people on the carriage were impatient, no one dared to say anything. Yushu's fierce and forceful performance last night was still in their minds. Even the 2 boys were faintly afraid of her, not to mention Zhang and Cui, who didn't even have the strength to speak. The journey back to the side courtyard of Huajian Garden was silent. The people on the carriage wished they could wash off the sweat on their bodies and comfortably lie on the bed to sleep. Unfortunately, there was still a group of nobles waiting to serve them in the garden. There was no extra manpower to pay attention to them. Yushu didn't care about the others. Once she entered the room, she took off her heavy dress and put on an undershirt. She used the water left in the morning to wipe her body. She took out the medicinal oil that Fengji had given her when she left the house from the wardrobe. She sat cross-legged on the bed and applied it to her arms and legs to prevent any side effects and soreness for a while. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon passed. Yushu lay on the bed snoring. She didn't know that there were people talking about her in another part of the garden. Zhu Muzhao waved away the attendants accompanying him. He had his personal guard stay downstairs and went upstairs alone. Jing Chen had already changed out of his Taoist robe. After a bath, he stood refreshed at the window, looking at the scenery of the garden. Between his sword-like brows was a faint cloud of worry, like it was surrounded by fog. Jing Chen. A call brought him back to his senses. He turned his head to look at the approaching Zhu Muzhao and asked, "Uncle, have you seen His Majesty?" Zhu Muzhao nodded and said, "His Majesty is very happy to know that you found the Fate Breaker." After a pause, he said with a pleasant expression, "As for the words you said to me in the Emperor's cave, I will pretend I didn't hear them. When you meet the Emperor, don't mention them again." The words spoken out of anger referred to the words Jing Chen had said after seeing the Fate Breaker. He had revealed his suspicions about the disaster of the Duan. This was more or less a sign of fear of the Emperor. The Emperor might not be angry when he heard this, but it was inevitable that he would be estranged from this nephew. Jing Chen's expression did not change. He was not at all worried that Zhu Muzhao would say that he wasn't the disaster of the Duan in front of the Emperor. Compared to this, he was more concerned about the problem he was about to face. Zhu Muzhao did not notice the worry in his heart. He continued to speak, "Since we already know that Yu Shu is the Fate Breaker, we still need you to spend more effort on her so that she is willing to marry you and become husband and wife. But regarding the secrets of the disaster of the Duan and the fate of our dynasty, you must not reveal them to her. Furthermore, you must not let her know of your identity as the Fate Breaker. Remember this." "That is difficult," Jing Chen said with an indifferent expression. "Before this, because of my worry, I broke off all ties with her. The two of us are like strangers. Now, I want her to cultivate the love of Qin and Jean, but I cannot tell her the truth. It will be difficult for her to even pay attention to me, much less agree to become husband and wife with me." Zhu Muzhao frowned slightly. Originally, when things had progressed to this stage, as long as the Emperor issued an edict, regardless of whether Yu Shu was willing or not, she would have to submit. But the situation now was different. First, several months ago, Jing Chen had been ambushed on his way to the capital and almost lost his life. Second, a murder had occurred in Taishu Shu Garden not long ago. An innocent female student had died. The target was Jing Chen. All kinds of targeting showed that there were people secretly thinking of ways to obstruct the disaster of the Duan from breaking the Fate Breaker. On the surface, the Emperor had handed over the matter of Jing Chen's death to Ning Wang to investigate. In reality, he had secretly sent out spies to investigate, but to no avail. What was worth rejoicing was that from the angle of the other party's attack, he could use divination to deduce that they only knew of the existence of the disaster of the Duan and the Fate Breaker. As for how to find the Fate Breaker and how to break the Fate Breaker, they did not know. Because they could not confirm the identity of the Fate Breaker, they repeatedly probed and killed. In such a situation, if the Emperor suddenly arranged a marriage for Dozi after worshipping the ancestors, it was clearly telling the other party that there was something fishy going on. In order to protect the safety of the Fate Breaker and not ruin the important matter, the Emperor discussed with him. Not only could they not arrange a marriage, they had to find another target to attract the attention of those people in the dark. Then, they could follow the clues and catch them all. After thinking for a while, Zhu Muzhao raised his head and said to Jing Chen, "There's no hurry to break the Fate Breaker. In short, the person has been found. Don't let her be suspicious and find a chance to get close to her. I have also seen Miss Yu twice. From her appearance, she isn't a short-sighted person. You only need to lie to her that your Fate Breaker has been broken. Since you and she have gone through thick and thin together, it shouldn't be difficult for you to forget about the past. Moreover," at this point, he revealed a smile and said, "In my opinion, you have a good impression of her. Since you don't have any worries, you might as well learn more about the ways of men and women. This way, you can have the best of both worlds and become a good couple. Isn't that good? Hearing this, a suspicious red appeared on Jing Chen's handsome face. He tilted his head to avoid Zhu Muzhao's penetrating gaze and looked out the window again. In a low voice, he mocked himself. In the end, I still lied to her. What's so good about it? Zhu Muzhao looked at the side of Jing Chen's face and fell into a trance for a moment. It was as if he had gone back to 20 years ago and heard the same words. However, the words were still ringing in his ears. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he quickly regained his composure and sincerely said to the young man in front of him, who had a rough life, "Fate is like this. Since you can't go against it, you have to accept it. If you can't accept it, the world is full of bitterness. Think on the bright side." Jing Chen didn't say anything and looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhu Muzhao didn't try to persuade him anymore. He gave him a few more instructions and then left. After he left, Jing Chen called in a servant and ordered, "Where are the people chosen from the Imperial Historian's Library to carry the artifacts? Go and find out." "Yes, I will go now." Usually, after the ancestral worship ceremony, the emperor would return to the palace, while some of the nobles would stay in Huazhen Garden for a few days. The nearby forest was dense, and there was a natural enclosure 5 miles west of here for hunting horses. Yushu had eaten dinner in the evening and was about to pack her luggage when she heard a servant outside the door say, "Miss Yu, there is an official in the front yard who wants to see you." Yushu thought that it might be official Wang from the Ministry of Rites. Unexpectedly, when she arrived at the front yard, she saw Shui Rui leisurely sitting in the hall waiting for her. "Eldest brother, why are you here?" Shui Rui pointed at a chair and asked her to sit down. He looked her up and down and asked, "Did you rest well?" "Yes, I slept." "Do your arms and legs hurt from standing for so long during the day?" Shui Rui knew that the bronze artifacts were not light. When he saw her holding them in her hands, her head covered in sweat and her face red from the sun, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel bad. Yushu kicked her legs. "I'm not that delicate." Shui Rui said, "That's good. Tomorrow, we'll walk around the forest and I'll show you the surrounding scenery." Didn't His Majesty say that he's leaving for the capital tomorrow? "You're not leaving?" Yushu asked curiously. Shui Rui then told her that every year after the ancestral worship ceremony, with the emperor's permission, the young nobles would stay. As soon as Yushu heard that she would be staying to play with the princes and princesses, she immediately lost interest. Chapter 466. Early in the morning, carriages and horses were gathered outside Huazhen Garden. The emperor was returning to the capital. Several people from Taisha Library had packed their clothes early in the morning and were waiting in the front yard. There were 6 of them, but one was missing when they left. "It's almost time. Why hasn't Yu Swansea come out yet?" Sun Jun was sitting on a chair with 2 bags in his arms. He looked out of the door for a while and looked back at Zhanshu Yuan and Cui Yun. He said hesitantly, "Can one of you go to the backyard and call her?" Zhanshu Yuan said to Cui Yun coldly, "Go and call her. Don't delay our journey because of her." Cui Yun didn't dare to get close to Yushu and she couldn't refute Zhanshu Yuan. She said hesitantly, "Let's find a servant." "Just go." "What are you talking about?" Zhanshu Yuan didn't want to be nice to Cui Yun. She could forgive Cui Yun for losing her Tianyu, but she couldn't let it go. When Xiaoan held half of the sweet bun left from last night in his hand, he broke it into pieces and sent it into his mouth. Watching them pushing and shoving each other, he said lazily, "Don't call her. She won't go with us." When Xiaoan was the only one who told Yushu that she was going to stay. Hearing this, everyone looked confused. Sun Jun asked confusedly, "She won't go? What do you mean?" She wants to stay. Zhang Shuiyuan sneered, is Huajin Garden a place where she can stay if she wants to? This was the royal garden, not an inn or a restaurant. Cui Yun said sourly, she can't stay by herself. It's different if someone asks. Zhang Shuiyuan was suspicious, what did you say? Being born in one of the 12 prefectures of the capital, Cui Yun naturally knew more than Zhang Shuiyuan, who was a disciple from outside the capital. Thus, she told her about the tradition of the princes and princesses staying in Huajin Garden for the summer after the annual worship ceremony. There were not many opportunities for such a group of noble descendants to gather together. You Swansea can stay here, I guess it's most likely because of the 9th prince. Didn't you see that Imperial Consort Nyang has been sending people to deliver food to her? Oh right, wasn't you Swansea invited by the 9th prince to attend this year's double sun gathering? I nearly forgot about this layer of relationship. No wonder when that happened young Master Xue personally came over. Cui Yin muttered and accidentally mentioned the night before yesterday. She immediately shut her mouth and carefully looked at Zhang Shuiyuan. Sure enough, she saw that Zhang Shuiyuan didn't look well. Zhang Shuiyuan had always felt that Yushu only had the title of a female fortune teller. In terms of family background, she was not on the stage. She was polite to Yushu in LoveLore Library because of the rules. Outside of LoveLore Library, she was more or less dismissive of Yushu. However, the events of the past few days clearly told her that Yushu was much more prestigious than she had imagined. This kind of disparity made it difficult for her to calm down. At this moment, it was as if there was a breath stuck in her throat, extremely sullen. The fact that Yushu had stayed in Huajin Garden made the people present ponder over it. Huajin Garden became empty and the Yulin royal guards retreated. The remaining nobles were less restrained and went their own ways. Lu Tan and Xue Rui watched as the emperor set off. They returned to the garden and talked on the way. Last night, 8th brother invited me to the West Mountain to hunt. 12th brother and 13th brother wanted to go. Cousin, are you really not going with us? Lu Tan asked the person beside him. Xue Rui shook his head and said, you know that my hunting skills are not good. Shu doesn't even know how to ride a horse. It would be a disappointment if I went. Lu Tan's eyes flashed but he didn't say anything. He could more or less see the relationship between Xue Rui and Yushu. However, it was Xue Rui's matter. As his cousin, it was not his place to interfere. Therefore, it was best not to ask. The two separated on the corridor and returned to their respective residences to change their travel clothes. As a prince, Lu Tan lived in a quiet courtyard in the north yard. As soon as he got off the bridge, he was greeted by servants in 2s and 3s. Some of them handed handkerchiefs, some of them fanned, and some of them brought news. Your Highness, we have a rare guest. After entering the courtyard, Lu Tan was surprised to see Jing Chen standing in the living room. Martial uncle. Why are you here? I thought you didn't come to worship the ancestors. Lu Tan only knew that Jing Chen disappeared a few days before the worship. The message he sent to the princess's mansion was not answered. He didn't see his name in the list of people who came with him. He didn't expect that Jing Chen would suddenly appear. Jing Chen was wearing a simple but elegant long gown. His hair was neatly combed behind his head with a slender wooden hairpin. Although the expression on his face was a little cold, when he saw Lu Tan, he still revealed a little smile and said, Lu Tan, I'm here. You don't know. Lu Tan invited him to sit down and asked a few more questions. Seeing that Jing Chen had no intention to explain, he changed the topic. We are going to the enclosure later. If Martial Uncle has nothing to do, you can come with us. The scenery of the West Mountain is very good. There is a lot of game in the summer. You haven't been here before, right? Jing Chen nodded and didn't refuse. Then help me prepare a horse. No problem. Martial Uncle, wait here. I'll go back to my room to change. Okay. It was not yet 9 o'clock. Yushu stood empty-handed at the entrance of the courtyard waiting for someone. Not long after, she saw Shui Rui's figure. He was followed by 2 attendants who carried a water bag and a bow and arrows. Yushu walked forward and looked behind him, asking, "Where's the horse?" Last night, he used the horse to seduce her to stay. Shui Rui said, "It has been brought to the south gate. Let's go." "Well, why do you still have a bow and arrows?" "There are a lot of wild animals in the forest outside. If we encounter a leopard or tiger, we can use it to protect ourselves." Yushu stopped walking. Shui Rui turned his head and looked at her. He smiled and said, "Why? Are you afraid?" Yushu curled her lips. "I read my fortune before I left this morning. Today is not going well. Don't jinx me. If you scare me again, I'll go back to sleep." She turned around and walked back. Shui Rui saw this and quickly reached out to pull her. Hey, why can't I make a joke?" "Well, I brought the bow because I want to hunt some wild birds. Let's barbecue outside at noon." Yushu was pulled back by his strength. She turned her head and smiled. She pulled his sleeve and walked forward. "Barbecue? That's a good idea. Let's go." Shui Rui didn't care about her words. It was rare to have a chance to come out to play. He wanted her to be happy. They walked fast. After a while, they were out of the west gate. A groom was already waiting on the road. He was leading 2 horses, one yellow and one white. Both were plump and strong, and appeared to be in good spirits. When they arrived in front of her, Yushu looked at one and then at the other. She couldn't help but stretch out her hand to stroke the pure white horse with an eager expression. She turned her head and asked Shui Rui, "Which one should I ride?" When Shui Rui saw her eyes lit up, he knew that she had set her sights on his carriage. He smiled as he took the white horse from the coachman's hand and waved at her. Chapter 467. For a brave beginner like Yushu, riding a horse is not difficult. With a good horse and a guard who never leaves her side, she can trot on the horse in less than an hour. There is a long and winding road in the southwest of Huajian Garden, leading to the paddock in the West Hill. The road is flat and the sand is soft. Tall elm trees are planted on both sides of the road. They are verdant and lush in the summer. When riding a horse, the sun is on its head. Only the breeze brings warmth to people's faces. Shui Rui followed by Yushu's side. The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they ran. 2 attendants rode their horses and lagged behind them at a moderate distance. Yushu trotted for a distance before slowing down the horse's speed in a slightly jerky manner. She admired the pleasant scenery of the countryside. Stroking the neck of the docile white horse beneath her, she turned her head and grinned at Shui Rui. "Since I came to the capital last year, this is the first time I have come out to relax. Thanks to you, brother." Shui Rui knew Yushu's experiences after she came to Enling like the back of his hand, and when he heard this, he could only sigh in his heart that she had a hard life. When she first came here, she dragged along her weak brother and Jing Qin who had lost his memory, and she was busy making a living. She set up a stall in the market square to tell fortunes, and she raised her family by herself. Later, she was persuaded by him to participate in the Dian examination. She was busy preparing for the exam. Then she met Jing Qin and left without saying goodbye. Because of this, she became enemies with the Ji family. Troubles came to her one after another. She had no time to sneak out to play. He had seen all of Yushu's sufferings with his own eyes. Sometimes, he would break out in a cold sweat for this lonely woman. However, she did not complain or blame anyone. Instead, she became braver and braver. It was as if she had an inexhaustible spirit. She never regretted the past and would always look forward. She lived a real life, which made him admire her. Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu and his eyes flickered. He said in a clear voice, "This is still the capital region. A place to have fun is not really free. If there's a chance in the future, I'll show you the various sceneries of the north and south of the Yangtze River. The grasslands beyond the Great Wall, the snow on Changbai Mountain, the mountains and the sea of clouds, the desert of the western frontier. It's so beautiful." Yu Shu was not blind, but when she saw Shui Rui's spirited expression when talking about these things, she couldn't help but be attracted by him. She rolled her eyes and teased, "From the way you talk, it sounds like you've been to these places before." Shui Rui raised his thick eyebrows and shook the yellow rattan horsewhip in his hand. "I've been there, but I didn't tour all of them. I wasn't able to enjoy myself." Yu Shu had a question in her heart for a long time. It was rare for her to talk about this. She took the opportunity to ask him, "I heard that you left Anling a few years ago. It's been 2 or 3 years since you left. Did you go sightseeing?" Shui Rui turned his head and looked at Yu Shu. The smile on his lips faded for some reason and he slowly said, Seeing his behavior, Yu Shu couldn't help but think of the rumors she heard from Axayan Lu not long ago. Shui Rui fled Anling out of sadness because of the death of the 10th princess. Could it be that he really went to heal his feelings? Thinking of this, Yu Shu felt strange. She secretly looked at Shui Rui's face and muttered in her heart, 3 years ago, the 10th princess was only a little old. According to the ranking, she was at most the same age as the 9th prince, Lu Tan. At that time, she was only 12 or 13 years old. Even if Shui Rui was only 16 or 17 years old, he couldn't have loved her so much, could he? But it was hard to say. Shui Rui's aunt was an imperial concubine in the palace. He was also very fond of the emperor and often walked around the palace when he was young. It was possible that he and the 10th princess were childhood sweethearts. Otherwise, there was no arranged marriage. Why did Shui Rui, a good young man, stay empty for 2 or 3 years and delay it until now? The more Yu Shu thought about it, the more confused she became. On one hand, she didn't want Shui Rui to have other women in his heart. On the other hand, she couldn't figure out why he left the capital that year. Shui Rui didn't know Yu Shu's speculation. He looked into the distance and said to her, "We'll enter the hunting grounds if we go any further. Let's stop here." Yu Shu nodded and dismounted with him. When the 2 attendants behind them caught up, they walked to the river together. "Young master, drink some water." The younger of the 2 attendants untied the water bag and brought it to Shui Rui. Shui Rui took it, unscrewed the cork, and handed it to Yu Shu. The latter smiled and looked up. She saw that the servant who handed her the water was looking at her and curled his lips, as if he was dissatisfied with her. Yu Shu's heart skipped a beat. She pretended not to see anything and drank a few mouthfuls of water. She casually asked Shui Rui, "Are these 2 servants of Huajian Garden, or did you bring them from the residence?" Shui Rui said, "Both of them are from the residence and have been with me for many years. Gue-san came from the supply house, and Hotaku is my wet nurse's son." He explained in detail and pointed them out to Yu Shu. The young man who was tying the horse was 3 to 5 years older than Shui Rui. He was Gue-san her, and the one who handed her the water was called Hotaku. When Yu Shu heard Gue-san er's name, she thought of the 2 attendants in Wang Ji Lu. She asked suspiciously, "Are Gue Chi and Gue Ba brothers with Gue-san er?" Shui Rui turned his head and looked at the young man who was tying the horse under the tree. He said to her, "It's just that they have the same surname. Brothers are brothers, but they are not related by blood. It's not like you haven't been to the supply house." He changed the topic and asked, "By the way, how is the young master of the Bai family, the one you chose for Xiaoxiu?" "He is very obedient and sensible. Xiaoxiu learned to write from him and has improved a lot." Shui Rui suddenly mentioned Bai Ran, but Yu Shu didn't think too much about it. She looked at the river that was flowing slowly not far away, and her sharp eyes noticed 1 or 2 fish jumping in the river. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, would have brought a fishing rod and fish basket. You know how to fish. Yu Shu said proudly. Of course, in the past. Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Shui Rui asked, "What do you want to say?" Yu Shu fell into a moment of reminiscence. She remembered the time when the merchant ship was robbed and they jumped into the river to escape. They survived in the forest by relying on her to catch fish. Hey, it's nothing. A hero doesn't talk about his past achievements. It's all in the past. Yu Shu tried to fool him and began to urge Shui Rui, "Aren't we going to hunt? Let's go, I'm hungry." Shui Rui noticed that she was hiding something, but he did not ask further. Instead, he said, "Then you stay here and play in the water and look at the fish. I will take Hataku to the forest and come back as soon as possible. Don't run around." Yu Shu was not happy. "Why don't you take me? Don't you know that sitting and waiting to die is the most boring thing?" Listening to her nonsense, Shui Rui did not know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and patted her head. "What are you talking about? If you are bored, you can build a fire with Gue-san. You don't know how to shoot arrows. You will only cause trouble if you go." Yu Shu wanted to say that she knew how to use a slingshot, and that she was very accurate in killing birds, but she glanced at the longbow and arrows that Gue-san had brought along. It was a well-equipped weapon, so she was too embarrassed to say that she knew how to use it. "Well, you go then. Be careful." Yu Shu did not speak out of turn to remind Shui Rui about the leopard and the tiger. She was afraid that Shui Rui's jinx would turn out to be true. She had also calculated that the weather would be favorable for him today, so she did not worry too much. After Shui Rui left, Gue-san first cleared out a place for Yu Shu to sit at a shady spot by the river, then he laid out a hemp mat and soft cushion before placing 2 plates of fresh fruits that were plucked from Huajian garden early in the morning. After that, they dutifully gathered the firewood around them and poured out the charcoal and other materials they had brought with them. Yu Shu wanted to help, but was politely stopped by someone. "Miss, go play with the water. I will do these." Yu Shu touched her nose and sat down not far away. She picked up a guava and started to nibble on it. She put one hand in the shallow water and splashed the water. It was cool. She had nothing to do here, but she did not know that on the other side, a group of people was approaching the river. What bad luck. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would have died in the tiger's mouth. 8th Prince Lu Du patted his chest as he sat on his horse. He looked back frequently with a pale face. He was afraid that the white-fronted tiger lying on the hill would catch up with them. The 13th princess was sitting on the back of Lu Tan's horse. She grabbed her brother's waist with one hand. Hearing this, she scratched Lu Du's face and teased, "8th brother is a coward. He said he would take me into the mountains to hunt the tiger. You ran fast just now." 8th prince looked embarrassed. He turned to look at the cold and calm Jing Chen beside him and could not help but drag him down. Jing Chen has been cultivating in the mountains for so many years. He is highly skilled in martial arts. He should not be afraid of the beasts. Why did he run away when he saw the big tiger? Jing Chen glanced at him and said, "I saw you all running away. Why should I stay?" 15 minutes ago, they were still hunting in the western mountain enclosure. Lu Du led the way and arrived at the foot of a hill. Before they even got close, they looked up and saw a tiger the size of a small hill dozing off halfway up the hill. Lu Du was scared out of his wits. With a cry of alarm, he turned around and ran. The rest of them naturally turned around and followed him. Along the way, there were quite a few servants who ran away. Coincidentally, they lost their way, so they got lost. Lu Tan was at a loss for words. The 13th princess giggled as she lay on Lu Tan's back. She had a charming and mischievous look on her face. She hadn't seen that big tiger with her own eyes, so she didn't know how terrifying it was. Lu Tan looked at the fork in the forest in front of them. He turned his head and asked Jing Qin, "Martial uncle, which direction should we go?" Jing Qin looked up at the sun and narrowed his eyes. He calculated in his sleeves and knew that the person he was looking for was in the southeast. He pointed to a path and said, "Go this way. There should be a river in front." Lu Du quickly said, "Yes, yes. We will know the way back once we find the river." Lu Tan then sent a servant to find a river in front of them. The group of people rode on horses and walked out of the forest. They were getting farther and farther away from the enclosure but closer to the river. Not long after, they saw the white stone beach and their field of vision suddenly widened. "Look, there's a river in front." The 13th princess cheered and was about to jump down from her horse when Lu Tan pulled her back. A servant knelt down and used his back as a tiptoe to help her down. Lu Du also dismounted and said, "We're tired. Let's rest here and wash our dirty faces. Let's get something to eat before we go back." Most of the princes loved to ride horses and hunt. They were very noble in the capital. When they went out to play, they were more casual. They did not have to rinse their mouths with bird's nest or pick their teeth with shark's fin. The stone beach was not suitable for horses, so they all dismounted and walked on foot. The servants led the horses away and they strolled along the river bank. Jing Chen's eyesight was very good. He saw someone on the other side of the river from afar. When he looked closely, he was not sure if it was Yu Shu or not. So he started walking in that direction. He was so focused on the person on the other side that he did not notice the movement behind him. After walking for about 10 steps, he suddenly heard a frightening scream from behind. "Ah!" Jing Chen quickly turned his head and saw a golden figure slowly walking out from the woods. Its huge body shrouded everyone's hearts in fear. The white-fronted tiger they met in the hunting grounds had actually chased them all the way here. A whoop at the tiger's roar struck the eardrums of everyone on the riverbank. Everyone's faces turned pale. The tiger was indeed extraordinarily large. Even an adult black bear would not be able to match it. It stretched out its 4 limbs and the fat on its body jiggled. It bared its sharp teeth and transparent saliva dripped down. The tiger was not afraid of humans at all. It must have gotten tired of eating birds and beasts deep in the mountains and came out for a change. Its cold gaze swept across the group of humans and it walked towards them step by step, as if it was choosing which one to eat first. Lu Gu was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His legs trembled and he could not even move, let alone run. 13 was so scared that he cried. He tightly held on to Lu Tan's arm and was pinched hard by him. He did not dare to make another sound. At this time, whoever made the first move would undoubtedly become the tiger's first target. Lu Tan was also nervous to the point where his nose was dripping with sweat. But he was more composed than Lu Du. He stared at the tiger's movements and sized up the surrounding situation with his peripheral vision. His eyes turned cold, and he calmly withdrew the gemstone ring on his index finger and shot towards a direction. "Ah!" A servant who had been kneeling on the ground with his head in his hands jumped up. At the same time, the tiger turned its head and stared at him. Its 2 thick forelimbs tightened and contracted as it pounced at the servant. At the same time, Lu Tan pulled 13 back and shouted, "Martial uncle, quickly make your move." There was no need for him to say anything. The moment the tiger pounced at the servant, Jing Chen had already caught up. His movements were light as a feather, but his long leg brought with it a gust of wind as it struck at the tiger's back. Awoo! The tiger was unfazed. After being kicked away, its massive body trembled and it gave up on its prey. It turned towards the more threatening human, Jing Chen, and stretched out its sharp claws to slap down. In the blink of an eye, the man and the tiger were engaged in a fierce battle. Jing Chen was good with swords, but he did not bring his sword with him on this trip. He was bare-handed, so he was at a disadvantage when facing a wild beast. Lu Tan, on the other hand, was very calm. Seeing that Jing Chen had entangled the tiger, he let go of 13 and ran to Lu Du, who was lying limply on the ground. He pulled the dagger from his waist, unsheathed it, and threw it at Jing Chen. "Martial uncle, take this." Jing Chen used the spirit crane flips the clouds to dodge the tiger's attack and caught the hilt. With a twist of his wrist, his aura suddenly changed as he faced the tiger and aimed for its life. However, because he was not used to using a sword, his thrust was slightly off the mark and stabbed the tiger's right ear. Awoo! The single-eyed white-fronted tiger let out a pained roar. It keenly sensed the fatal danger and jumped back. As if it had turned into a spirit, it turned around and fled towards the other side of the river. Jing Chen, who was calm when he was fighting the tiger, suddenly changed his expression and chased after it with his sword. "Martial uncle, stop chasing." Seeing Jing Chen chasing the tiger, Lu Ten quickly called out to stop him. However, he saw Jing Chen's figure flying at lightning speed. In a blink of an eye, the man and the tiger were more than 100 feet away. Meanwhile, Yushu had eaten a few fresh fruits and was washing her hands by the river. She was shocked when she vaguely heard a roar from afar. "Gue-san, did you hear something?" Gue-san put down the metal rack in his hand and held on to the dagger at his waist. He stared into the distance and his expression changed. He took a few steps back and grabbed Yushu's arm before running towards the river bank. "Miss, let's go." Yushu looked back in confusion. Her sharp eyes saw water splashing in the middle of the river. Something was running towards her. Soon, she saw clearly what it was and was shocked. She cursed in her heart. "Damn it, Shui Rui, you jinxed it." Yushu wanted to cry but had no tears. She could only flee for her life with Gue-san. Unexpectedly, she saw Shui Rui and the manservant returning from the forest in front of them with bows, arrows, and prey in their hands. Before they arrived in front of her, she had already shouted loudly. Chapter 468. Big brother, run for your life, the tiger is coming. As soon as Shui Rui came out of the woods, he saw Yushu shouting and running towards him. When he looked back, he knew what made her panic. A fierce tiger was running dozens of steps behind her. Its eyes flashed with a fierce red light, and behind the tiger was a man with a sword. Shui Rui's face changed, but he didn't retreat half a step. He immediately pulled the longbow in his hand and put an arrow on the bowstring. Just when Yushu ran to his side, his eyes flashed with cold light, and he shot a single eye at the tiger. Whoosh! Awoo! The left eye of the tiger was hit by the arrow, and blood splashed out. It was in so much pain that it retracted its forelimbs, and its two hind legs moved a few steps forward. Just because of this pause, Jing Chen, who was chasing behind it, caught up with it, stepped on its back, and pierced its head with a sword. Bang! The huge body of the tiger fell to the ground. Yushu suddenly turned around and grabbed onto Shui Rui's arm, yet Shui Rui pulled her back and pulled her behind him. Yushu was panting, and half of her head popped out from behind him. She looked at the big tiger lying on the ground 7 or 8 steps away from them. Its huge body made people's scalp numb. Her teeth trembled a few times, and then she saw Jing Chen standing up from the tiger, looking straight at her with a pair of bright eyes. She was stunned for a moment, and then she came back to her senses. She pulled Shui Rui's back and asked him in shock, "Are you dead?" Shui Rui glanced at the man and the tiger coldly. He raised his hand and put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her to his side, and teased her, "Dead? Look at how scared you are. You ran faster than a rabbit just now." Yushu hit his chest and said angrily, "It's all because of you, Jinx." Shui Rui chuckled softly before turning to Jing Qin, who was standing nearby, and said, "Thank you, Daoist child, for lending a helping hand." Shui Rui was smart. Seeing the situation in front of him and the figures running over from afar, he had a suspicion in his heart. Before today, he had not heard that Jing Qin was in Huajian Garden. Someone who was not supposed to be here was now right in front of him. The West Mountain enclosure was so vast that there was no end to it. It could only be said that someone had purposely run into them. If it wasn't for him, then it was for Yushu. Jing Chen's indifferent gaze swept past Shui Rui's face, and in the end, it descended onto the palm on Yushu's shoulder. Because the two of them were too intimate with each other, he felt slightly stuffy in his heart, and he instinctively wanted to silently chant the mind-cleansing incantation. He no longer needed to guard his Tao heart. "No need to thank me. You were the one who shot it just now. That's why I was able to act in time." Only then did Yushu notice that there was an arrow stuck in one of the tiger's eyes. Half of the arrowhead was pierced through, and the other half was exposed. Blood was flowing out of the eye. She opened her eyes and was puzzled. Such a big tiger, shouldn't it stay deep in the mountains? Why did it run out of the enclosure? She glanced at Jing Chen again and did not say anything. That night on the bridge, he had severed all ties with her and said that they were strangers. She did not want to use her warm face to stick to his cold buttocks. In next to no time, Lu Tan and the others who were on the other side of the river rushed over, and they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the dead white-forehead tiger on the ground before noticing Shui Rui, and they wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads. "Your Highness, what happened?" Shui Rui let go of Yushu's shoulder and asked Lu Tan when he saw the group of people approaching. Lu Tan then told them about how they met the tiger in the mountains and got lost. Later on, they were targeted by the tiger and followed out. In the end, he said with a face full of relief, "Luckily we had Martial Uncle with us. Otherwise, we would have died in the tiger's mouth today." Shui Rui furrowed his brows and looked at the few servants behind Lu Tan who were still in shock. He suddenly became suspicious, but he didn't show it on his face. He asked Lu Tan again, "Where are the others?" Lu Tan pointed at the river bank behind him and said, "8th brother and 13th sister are over there." Shui Rui looked at the river bank and asked, "Why isn't the 12th prince with you?" "No, he had a stomachache this morning, so he stayed in Huajian Garden." Shui Rui nodded and said no more. Seeing that they were out of danger, Lu Tan asked someone to bring the 8th prince and the others to the other side of the river. They gathered together. Yushu knew Lu Du, but it was the first time for her to see the 13th princess. The young girl was as cute as snow, but she was obviously frightened. Her face was pale as she held onto Lu Tan's arm. She closed her eyes and did not dare to look at the dead tiger on the ground. After such a thing happened, everyone's playfulness was gone from fright. Lu Tan and Shui Rui discussed and decided to leave a few servants to guard the tiger's carcass while they rode back to the garden to avoid being attacked by wild beasts again. The few horses on Lu Tan's side were so frightened by the tiger that they ran away, whereas the 4 horses on Shui Rui's side were tied to the tree properly. Thus, the two of them divided the horses. Lu Tan and the 13th princess rode on one horse, Lu Du and Jing Chen rode on the other horse respectively, while Shui Rui and Yushu shared the last horse. No one had any objections. Of course, there might be people who had objections, but they did not say it. Shui Rui got on the horse first and stretched out his arm to pull Yushu to the back of his horse. They had shared a ride before. That time, Yushu ran out of the city to look for Jingqin, and Shui Rui found her in the middle of the night and brought her back. Compared to the stiffness at that time, Yushu was much more at ease now. She casually wrapped one arm around Shui Rui's waist and leaned against his straight back. She swayed with the magatama, which was quite comfortable. Shui Rui held the reins with both hands and smiled. Jingqin was half a horse's length behind them. Looking at the two sitting next to each other on the horse's back, he felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. After a while, the fear in their hearts dissipated. Lu Du, who was scared to the point of wetting his pants not long ago, was now full of energy. He turned to Jingqin and laughed. I didn't expect Jingqin to be so skilled. That ferocious beast had been the king of the mountains for a long time. Now that you killed it, it must have been very regretful before it died. Ha! Jingqin frowned slightly and thought, if it wasn't for that tiger hurting people first, he would not have killed it. Lu Du did not seem to notice that Jingqin was not in a good mood. He still talked to him excitedly. The hanging eyes, white forehead tiger you killed is full of rare treasures. It has tiger skin, tiger bones, tiger guts, tiger whips, ahem. Shui Rui coughed lightly and interrupted Lu Du's words, saying, tiger bones are good stuff. I have 2 jars of tiger bone wine in my Wangji Lu. The price I bought it for was not low. Lu Du also knew that he had said something he shouldn't have. There were still 2 girls present, so he smiled embarrassedly. He winked at Shui Rui and said, why don't the 2 of us join in and ask Jingqin to buy all the bones of this tiger? We'll both go back to brew wine. He was thick-skinned. He knew that Jingqin was on Lu Tan's side. Today, when this tiger was brought back to the capital and presented to the palace, the emperor would be very happy and reward him. How could he have a share? But it was a different story. When he went back to make tiger bone wine and sent it to the palace, he would at least get a share. Hearing this, Shui Rui smiled at Lu Du. Although he did not answer, his eyes seemed to see through Lu Du. Lu Du laughed dryly and found a way out for himself. If you are not willing to spend money, then forget it. Chapter 469. By the time Shui Rui, Lu Tan, and the others returned to Huajian Garden, it was already afternoon. Shui Rui brought Yushu to his residence and ordered the servants to prepare a meal for her. He then went to the east courtyard alone to look for Lu Tan. Lu Tan lived in a small lakeside building. When Shui Rui came downstairs, he met Jingqin, who was coming out. The 2 looked at each other, nodded in greeting, and walked away. Cousin, you're here. Lu Tan had changed into a comfortable cotton robe and was drinking tea in the pavilion. He gestured for Shui Rui to sit opposite him and waved to the palace maids who were waiting on him. 2 of them obediently came forward to fan Shui Rui and pour him herbal tea. Shui Rui only glanced at the many eyes and ears in the pavilion, but didn't say anything to ask Lu Tan to leave. There's something fishy about what happened in the paddock today. Lu Tan's face darkened. He nodded and said, I thought about it carefully on the way back. There is indeed something fishy. Every year, there are hunting teams patrolling the western mountain paddock. Whenever a ferocious beast appears, it is either hunted or chased deep into the mountains. The fierce tiger we encountered today was most likely lured out of the mountains by someone in advance. Shui Rui thought for a moment and said, according to what you said earlier, you met the tiger near Choping Hill. The West Mountain paddock is so big, and you happened to run into it. Moreover, it chased you all the way to the periphery before showing its head. This tiger is really thoughtful. Lu Tan narrowed his eyes. Cousin, are you saying that someone deliberately lured us to Choping Hill and then lured the tiger to chase us? Shui Rui didn't answer and asked, who do you think it is? It's suspicious that 12th brother didn't travel with us, but he doesn't have the means to do so. 7th brother didn't come to worship the ancestors and is in the capital, but it's not impossible for him to reach Wajan Garden. 8th brother is a coward and would never do such a risky thing. Lu Ten analyzed them one by one. Although he didn't point them out, he already had a suspect in his words. Shui Rui laughed soundlessly and said in a low voice, "It can't be Ning Wang." Lu Ten frowned and said with slight displeasure, "Why can't it be him?" Shui Rui's dry and slender fingers gently tapped on the tea table. His eyes were not clear as he said, "I have known him since I was 6 years old. It has been more than 10 years since then. I know very well what kind of person the 7th prince is. If the tiger was released by him today, Your Highness would not be able to sit here and talk to me in one piece." Hearing this, a flash of disapproval flashed across Lu Tan's face. He knew that compared to him, the son of an imperial consort who had been neglected for many years, Lu Hao, who had been favored by his imperial father since he was young, was indeed stronger than the other brothers in every aspect. But after the double son meeting, he had successfully suppressed Lu Hao and felt that this imperial brother was not someone he couldn't deal with. He even had a faint feeling of contempt. In his view, Shui Rui's evaluation of Lu Hao was exaggerated. Then who does Biao Xiong think is behind this? Shui Rui raised his head to look at him, the corners of his mouth moving slightly. He said in a pure and kind voice, "Why don't you go investigate personally? Who is with us today? Who is it that got lost along the way? Why did the 12th prince suddenly have an upset stomach?" Shui Rui only pointed in a direction and did not have the slightest intention of overstepping his boundaries. Lu Ten admitted that with his current ability, he still could not order Shui Rui to do things for him. So he nodded at him reservedly, indicating that he would send people to investigate. After discussing business, Shui Rui took a few sips of the cold drink at Lu Tan's place and asked casually, "When did Daozi arrive at Wajan Garden?" "When did Daoist child arrive at Wajan Garden?" "I haven't seen him for the past few days." "I'm not sure about that. Martial uncle should have arrived earlier than us. He also refused to tell me. Maybe Imperial Father has other arrangements. You didn't mention it when we met yesterday. Why are you together today?" Shui Rui's expression was only curious. Lu Tan did not hide it from him. "When we came back this morning, Martial uncle came to find me. I invited him to go hunting with me. Fortunately, he accompanied us. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would have been killed by the tiger." His tone was not overly afraid. Because even if Jing Qin did not help him today, he still had a way to save himself. It was just that he could not save the people around him. Shui Rui asked about the details that he wanted to know, and then he brushed it off and didn't continue this topic. The two cousins talked for a full hour in the water pavilion before Shui Rui left. Lu Tan looked in the direction of his departure. He turned around and glanced at the servants around him. He said in a cold voice, he said coldly, "Watch your mouths. Know what to remember and what not to remember." He had been back in the capital for less than half a year, and there were very few loyal servants around him. There were some things that could not be heard by others, but he deliberately let them hear it. In the future, he could keep those who could be useful. Yu Shu stayed in Shui Rui's residence. It was much more relaxing than the small courtyard where the 6 people lived. There were people serving her with warm water and bathing. After bathing, food was served. When eating, there was a maid waving a fan at the side, which made Yu Shu think that she had returned to Wangji Tower. When Shui Rui came back, Yu Shu was lying on the rattan chair in the inner hall and dozing off. She did not hear the sound of him entering. Shui Rui didn't ask anyone to wake her up, and he walked over slowly. He took the fan from the servant girl and gestured for them to leave, then he sat down on the soft stool by Yu Shu's side. He had a smile on his face as he watched Yushu doze off with her head tilted to one side, and then he fanned her. Yushu was a light sleeper and woke up after a while. She narrowed her eyes and saw a handsome face. She was not very surprised. After staring for a while, she yawned and sat up. Rubbing her face, she asked him, "You're back. Have you eaten?" Shui Rui looked at her lazy movements and couldn't help but brush the messy hair at her temples. He put it behind her ear and smiled, "I ate at Wang Ye's. Don't sleep anymore. Accompany me and talk. Rest well at night. Tomorrow, we will leave for Jing." Yushu instantly woke up, going back so soon. And 13th princess has been frightened. Ning Wang wants to take her back to Jing. It is not convenient for us to stay alone, so we will go with them. Oh, Yushu's face was slightly regretful. She looked at Shui Rui and said honestly, "It's nothing else, just that I couldn't eat the wild game you hunted. It's a pity." Shui Rui smiled, "What's so hard about that? Didn't we bring back the pheasants and rabbits? We can roast them by the lake tonight." "Ha, that's good." Yushu became alert again. She crossed her legs and changed to a more comfortable sitting position. She took the fan from his hand and waved it between the two of them. She asked curiously, "Such a big tiger, how did it get to the edge of the enclosure? Didn't they say that vicious birds and fierce beasts usually hide among people?" Shui Rui calmly told her, if it didn't run out by itself, it was lured out by someone. Yushu's expression was strange. Hearing his words, she had a guess, someone had ill intentions and wanted to kill. As to whose life and why, she didn't need to think about the answer before she knew it. Duan had been celebrating for 14 years, and the princes had all come of age. The empress had no children, and the Eastern Palace had no ruler. This was clearly a situation of the princes fighting for the throne. The princes that had a chance of succeeding the throne were fighting each other. Who didn't want who to die? Not to mention today's incident, Yushu had been implicated once before. That had been during the Shuangyang conference. She had been tricked by Shui Yun and had been tied up by Lu Hao's subordinates and locked in the basement. In the end, the tendons of Shui Yun's hands and feet had been cut. She had barely managed to keep her life. After the incident, Lu Hao had successfully framed the fourth prince and caused one person to be eliminated. The road to the fight for the throne was filled with corpses. Even though Shui Yun had the Heaven's Eye technique, she was still used as a raft. It could be seen how dangerous it was. Shui Rui saw that she had stopped fanning herself and calmly looked at her expression. He asked softly, "Are you afraid?" Yushu raised her head to look at the talented and handsome Shui Rui. Her eyes were bright and she couldn't help but ask herself, did Lu Tan want to be the emperor? This was undoubtedly nonsense. She asked in turn, why didn't Lu Tan want to be the emperor? Just based on Lu Tan's performance at the Shuangyang conference, she could see that the young ninth prince was not without ambition. Then, as Lu Tan's mother, the Shui family, would naturally be his support. Shui Rui, as the eldest son of the Shui family, would inherit the large family business in the future. All the situations indicated that Shui Rui would definitely participate in this fight for the throne. It wasn't that Yushu didn't understand this, but it was the first time she had thought so clearly and seen so clearly. "Ashu!" Shui Rui called out softly at the right time and held Yushu's wrist that was holding the fan. There were some worries in his heart that he couldn't explain, but he still said to her gently, "Don't think too much." Yushu pulled back her thoughts and met Shui Rui's reassuring gaze. She thought, he doesn't know where she came from, so he probably doesn't know that she, as a modern person, can see through this fight for the throne. However, he had told her the truth about the tricks in the enclosure. It was probably to test her. If she understood in the future, she would regret talking to him. After all, the two of them had been together for a long time. Yushu had a bit of an advantage and understood Shui Rui's heart. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy only knew how to play tricks on her. Why didn't he think about what kind of person she was? She could only share blessings and not trials and tribulations. He had underestimated her too much. And I don't want to anymore. Yushu smiled and leaned back on the recliner. She gently pulled her wrist back and slowly swayed it. She thought to herself that it was fine. If he thought she was ignorant, then she would continue to pretend to be ignorant. When the day came that he wanted to talk, she would have a good talk with him. The next morning, after breakfast, the group of people who had stayed in Huajian Garden left for the capital. When Yushu arrived, she squeezed into a carriage with a group of people. When she returned, she could even lie down. Shui Rui sat across from Yushu. He watched as she held half a book in her hands. Her body was slanted and she wanted to lie down, so he said, "Sit up straight. If you lie down and read, your eyes will fall out." Yushu made an "oh" sound and sat up reluctantly. Shui Rui liked to control her. If she didn't listen to his words, he would nag her the whole way. Last night, Shui Rui took her to the lakeside to eat some wild game. In a moment of happiness, they drank some wine. The two of them only went to bed in the middle of the night. Now that they woke up so early, she felt a bit tired. On the way, the carriage stopped several times. The return journey was faster than when they came. At dusk, they arrived at Enling City. They entered the city from the west gate and went their separate ways. Shui Rui sent Yushu to the door of her house and left. When Yushu entered the door, a servant ran to the backyard to report. When she entered the second door, Yundo ran out to greet her. She went forward to take her luggage and said happily, "Miss, you're back. Madam and Tai Tai are talking about you." Yushu had been away from the capital for a few days. When she came back, she felt close to her maidservant. She went back to her room to wash her face, change her sweaty clothes, and went to the big room to meet the elders. In the central room, old Madam He was holding her grandson. Zhao Hui sat on the lower seat and patted Yushu's palm to talk. This mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were both kind people. They didn't ask about the ancestral worship ceremony, but only cared about how she was doing these days. Yushu also liked to listen to people's gentle words. She patiently talked to them for a while. Seeing that it was time for dinner, Zhao Hui urged people to prepare dinner. He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu hadn't returned yet. Why isn't Godfather here at this time? Yushu looked outside the door. Old Madam He answered, he said that there have been many patients in the medical center these days. He's too busy to leave and often only returns home after dark. If it wasn't for the fact that he still has a child at home, I'm afraid he would have to stay in the medical center at night. He Fangji's medical ethics were indescribable. Yushu said in admiration, Godfather has a kind and righteous heart. Although old Madam He was dissatisfied with her son spending all day in the medical center and not at home, she was satisfied with her grandson. Hearing Yushu's praise, she beamed with joy. Zhao Hui pulled Yushu's hand and said, "This is because of the plaque that the emperor bestowed. When your father first came here, no one believed in him. These days, he has accumulated virtue in medicine and his reputation has become more and more famous. I didn't have time to tell you, but 2 days ago, someone from the general's mansion invited him to come and see a doctor." With this, He Fangji led Yu Xiaoxiu home. Sister, you're back." Before entering the door, she heard the sound first. Yushu turned her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu come in like a gust of wind. Yushu smiled and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to the other side to sit down, giving the seat to He Fangji who came in later. "Why did you only finish school now? Did you run off to play?" Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head and turned to look at He Fangji. He Fengji explained for him, no, this child is very obedient. He came to the medical center early after school to help me. Yu Shu's nose twitched. Sure enough, she smelled the smell of medicinal herbs on Yu Xiaoxiu's body. The family sat at the table and had a reunion dinner. They talked and laughed, and it was livelier than usual. At night, Yu Shu was sitting at the table reviewing the homework of Taisher Shuyuan when she heard Yu Xiaoxiu knock on the door. Sister, I want to talk to you. Come in. Yu Xiaoxiu pushed the door open and walked to Yu Shu's side. There was a trace of hesitation on his gentle face. Can I ask you a favor? Yu Shu put down her book and turned around. She put her arm on the back of the chair and smiled. Say it. It's Hu Tian, Yu Xiaoxiu frowned. He hasn't been to school for a few days. Mu Xiao, I went to his house yesterday and saw that he has lost a lot of weight. He told me that half a month ago, his mother took him to the Grady shop to have his fortune read. A teacher said that he would have a bloody calamity, so his mother locked him up at home and didn't allow him to go out. She even said that she would hire a teacher to teach him, so that he wouldn't be allowed to study at Baichuan Shuyuan anymore. Yu Shu didn't find it strange. The Hu family was a powerful and wealthy family. Hu Tian was like a precious baby to the young master. How could his mother allow anything to happen to him? In order to avoid trouble, she wouldn't let him go to school. The Hu family couldn't afford to hire a few teachers. Yu Xiaoxiu continued, but Hu Tian didn't believe it. But Hu Tian doesn't believe it. He said that the teachers in the shop are all liars. They made up lies to fool his mother. Sister, I know you're powerful. Can you read his fortune and see if he's going to have a bloody calamity? Don't let him lose the chance to go to the library just because of a lie. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and said, I can read his fortune, but he doesn't believe the teachers in the Grady shop. Does he only believe me? Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly said, why wouldn't he believe you? Sister, you're a fortune teller. Yu Shu wanted to say that the title of fortune teller didn't match with that of a fortune teller. But when she saw Yu Xiaoxiu's proud face, she couldn't bear to reject his request. She raised her hand and patted his head, saying, Chapter 470. Yu Xiaoxiu was well prepared. He showed Hu Tianer's horoscope to Yu Shu and waited for her to do the fortune-telling. He wasn't sure how the fortune-tellers in the shop did it, but he had seen his sister do it before. She would always draw some strange symbols on a piece of paper, and she would be able to predict when he would need to bring an umbrella, when it would be sunny, and when he would lose something. His sister could even predict the bumps in the road ahead of time. It was really amazing. Yu Shu spread the paper and turned to Yu Xiaoxiu, don't just stand there, I don't know how many strokes I need to do. Go outside and find Yundo. Don't ask her to get me hot water to wash my feet, just get me a basin of water. Yu Xiaoxiu did as he was told, and she picked up the pen to do the fortune-telling. Hu Tianer's horoscope was very good, with all 5 elements. He looked like a person with good fortune. Yu Shu originally planned to figure out the child's misfortune for the next half a month, but she did not expect to bump into the misfortune the day after tomorrow. The fortune-teller for Hu Tianer was not lying, but he was not accurate enough. The child was indeed going to face a bloody disaster. To be precise, it was a man-made disaster. Coincidentally, Yu Shu had just started to organize the case records of the Supreme Court. She had all the big and small disasters in her hands, and the first one she started to analyze were the cases of assault and injury. In her law of misfortune, every incident could be represented by numbers and symbols. She stared at the assailants. Initially, she wanted to use the names of the assailants as the result of her divination. As long as she knew the numbers and symbols represented by each surname, she could deduce the surname of the assailant from the victim's horoscope. This way, it would be easier to guard against them. However, it was easy to imagine, but when she actually tried to calculate, she realized that it was ridiculously difficult. Not to mention that there were many surnames in this world, people with the same surname might not come from the same family. As she calculated, she became confused. Fortunately, she had a flash of inspiration. She remembered that people did not only depend on their surnames, but also their zodiac signs. There were a total of 12 branches of the earth. This was the fate that one was born with. It matched the Yi Shu and her divination. It was like pushing a boat with the current. Within 2 days, she successfully obtained the value of 3 branches of the earth. Later, she was delayed by the ancestral worship, so she temporarily put it aside. She was now holding the result of Hu Tian's horoscope. Compared to the value she obtained before, she could not say she was 100% sure, but she was 80% sure that Hu Tian's so-called bloody disaster was caused by a person named Xiao Hu. Since it was a man-made disaster, it was definitely not an accident. There were many disputes in big houses. For a family like Hu Tian's, it was normal for 1 or 2 people to be jealous of him. Yu Shu had never liked to meddle in other people's business, especially when it came to other people's family. However, Hu Tian was very loyal to Yu Xiaoxiu. Previously, when Yu Xiaoxiu was pushed off the horse by Shui Wenjie at Baichuan Academy, he was the one who impatiently sent him back home. Now that she knew that the child was going to suffer, how could she not remind him? Yu Shu put aside the paper in her hand and opened the drawer. She picked out a light green piece of Shui Tao paper. This time, she used a different brush. After some deliberation, she wrote a letter. Finally, she signed it with her operator's seal. After that, she sealed the envelope with wax. Yu Shu turned her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu coming in with a basin. She waved at him with a gentle expression. "Xiaoxiu, come over here." "Sister, are you done calculating?" Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Nodding, Yu Shu passed the letter to him. She reminded him, "Tomorrow, go to Hu Tian's house. Don't talk nonsense with him. Think of a way to hand this letter to Madame Hu." Yu Xiaoxiu immediately asked worriedly, "Is Tian all right?" "Sister, what did you say in the letter?" Yu Shu patted his head and said, "Don't ask. It's the adult's business. Remember to hand the letter to his mother. Don't open it in private. Otherwise, don't come to me crying when something happens to Hu Tian." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded hurriedly and put the letter away in case he forgot it tomorrow. Yu Shu sent Yu Xiaoxiu back to sleep. She was tired from the long journey during the day, so she washed up and went to bed early. The next day, Yu Shu went to the Wangji restaurant. Before she left, she put the crystal beads made by Old Man Su in the fengshui pond. After 7 days, she would be able to see whether it was good or bad. Shui Rui was not around. There were not many customers in the restaurant in the morning. Yu Shu entered from the main entrance and called out to Lin Fu, who was sitting behind the counter, weighing the silver pieces. She asked him to continue with his work and entered the backyard alone. Yu Shu did not go back to her room. She went straight to the 3rd floor and was anxious to see her results. Walking into the courtyard, Yu Shu saw the scene in the corner of the balcony. She thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. In just 7 days, she almost couldn't recognize the geomancy pool she made. It was less than 3 feet away from the pool, but it seemed to have become a world of its own. The colorful cobblestones had small clusters of fresh green sprouts, and the pot of autumn grass had actually bloomed ahead of time. The edge of the pool was surrounded by a thin circle of green moss. Yu Shu blinked a few times and recognized that the black and shiny water tank under the sun was the gray fish tank she asked for from the kitchen. She hesitated for a few steps and walked closer to look down. This time, Her eyeballs almost fell out. The crystal stones at the bottom of the pool were like transparent bubbles, flashing with an enchanting luster. The four colors blurred one's vision, making one feel as if they were in a dream. Was this the crystal stone she bought from the sea merchant? How could it be so beautiful? Yushu squatted on the edge of the pond and looked at it for a while. Hearing the call behind her, she woke up. "Ah, miss, you are back." It was Xiaodai. Yushu squatted and turned her head. She saw the small bucket in her hand and a slender fence hanging on her waist. Thinking of what Xiaodai told her before she left, she asked, "Do you want to change the water?" Xiaodai said sweetly, "The water has just been changed. Just add this half a bucket." Yushu was a little excited. She moved aside and asked her to pour the spring water used to make tea in Wangji building into the pond. Then she couldn't wait to take the fence that Xiaodai used to change the water. She reached into the fish tank and scooped up a few beads. She wiped the water on the bottom of her clothes and held it in her palm. In an instant, the crystal beads attracted all her attention. Xiaodai exclaimed in admiration, "I don't know what method Miss is using, but Sister Xiaoqing and I would come up every day to take care of the gemstones and pearls in the pool. We actually feel that they are brighter every day. When the sun shines at noon, it hurts my eyes to look at the pool a few more times." Yushu grinned happily. Not to mention these two maids, it was also her first time trying to use feng shui to raise things. As for such an obvious magical effect, she didn't dare to think about it. Judging from the appearance alone, the crystal beads in this pond were better than ordinary gemstones. The feeling of holding them was refreshing, which undoubtedly helped her raise Reiki. Yushu rubbed the round crystal beads in her palm and asked Xiaodai, "I asked you and Xiaoqing to weave the rope. Have you made it?" Old Man Su suggested that she use gold and silver thread to string these beads. When she left in a hurry, she left an ingot of silver for them so that they could think about it when they had time. "I was about to tell you that Sister Xiaoqing is best at this. She has made several styles and is waiting for you to choose." Yushu said with a smile, "You are so good at doing things. I will reward you later." After saying that, she asked her to go downstairs to find a clean plate. She took out the crystal beads in the pond and separated them into yellow and white ones, leaving the purple and pink ones untouched. Xiaoqing was very skillful. When Yushu got the rope she made, she thought it was a chain made of real gold and silver at first glance. There was a single gold flower rope with a yellow crystal bead strung on it, which was bright and beautiful. There was a single silver flower rope with a white crystal bead strung on it, which was like condensed dew. "Miss, is it too simple to tie a knot like this? Do you want me to add a pendant and twist it in a fancy way?" "No need. This is good." Natural and unadorned, this was true beauty. Yushu took the two bracelets that Xiaoqing tied and slowly put them on her wrists. The crystal was close to her pulse, and it was slightly cold. It seemed to have dissipated the heat around her body. She fiddled with the two sides with love. In the end, she left the yellow crystal bracelet on her wrist and took off the white one. She still remembered that her friend who opened a shop called Story of the Stone said that white crystal could eliminate distracting thoughts, calm the mind and nourish the brain. And yellow crystal could bring fortune to people. "Xiaodai, you go. There are a few sandalwood boxes on top of my bookshelf. Bring me a smaller one." When Xiaodai wiped the box clean and brought it over, Yushu put the white crystal bracelet inside and closed it. Xiaodai asked with a smile, "Miss, are you going to give it to the young master?" Yushu shook her head and put the box aside. She said, "This water essence stone is suitable for women to wear. Have you seen any man who likes shiny stones? If I give it to your young master, he will think that I am making fun of him." Actually, she had only said half of what she wanted to say. It was not difficult for her to raise these crystals. After all, she did not spend much effort on them. They were toys that she used to amass money. If she really wanted to give them to Shui Rui, she would at least want them to be unique. For example, the century-old mahogany root. Yushu touched her chin and looked thoughtfully at the sandalwood box on the table. The next day, there was an astrology lecture by Sima Kue. Yushu went to LoveLore Library in the morning and saw Axayan Lu. Before she took out the box from the bookcase, she saw Axayan Lu coming out with an invitation full of pine fragrance. Axayan Lu handed it to her and said with surprise, "Lotus Room, it will be my 15th birthday in 3 days. My father and mother are going to hold a ceremony for me. You must come." Yushu then closed the box and took the invitation empty-handed. She opened it and felt a little strange. She knew that in ancient times, women were considered to be of marriageable age at the age of 15. From then on, they could talk about marriage. Girls from rich families would also hold banquets and ceremonies. However, she had never experienced this kind of thing. "You are already 15. Yushu murmured. She looked at Axayan Lu and reached out to measure her height, which just reached the tip of her nose. "I thought you were 13 at most." "You are only 13. Axayan Lu angrily slapped her hand away and looked up at Yushu's height. Her face fell and she said with no confidence, "So what if you are tall?" Yushu raised her eyebrows and smiled. She did not argue with her. She just patted her head condescendingly and walked towards Sima Kue, who had just appeared not far away with the bookcase under her arm. Axayan Lu stood there with a red face and whispered, "You just like to bully people. But I owe you, so I like to get close to you." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.